Hello everybody, and for the penultimate time this year in 2025, welcome along to the Scottish Open final for the meeting between Chris Wakelin and Chang, the world number 17, up against the world number 70. And what a match we've got in our hands. We're guaranteed to have a new ranking event winner to make it a wrap of 2025. But who's it going to be? The man from England, Chris Wakelin, making his third ranking event final appearance in his career. Two of them have come in the Whole Nation Series, and of course the other one, he managed to transform into a dominant win over Julian Leclerc at the 2023 shootout. And, well, talk about Chang Bingyu. I mean, I don't think we had such a dominant campaign to try and reach to the final this season at all, let alone for it to come from the world number 70 and the young Chinese sensation. We've certainly heard about him before at the UK Championship, where he managed to make a fantastic break over 147 against Stephen Maguire, and that was exactly the player that he started his campaign against, and probably was the easiest opposition player, which probably says it all. Up against Mark Selby, up against Si Jiahui, and up against Karen Wilson, before he had to beat Mark Cullen yesterday in a dominant fashion by a scoreline of 6 frames to 1. And destroying his compatriot Si Jiahui, doing the same to Karen Wilson, and being able to overcome the Triple Crown champion last week at York of Mark Selby as well. And, well, the setup is certainly here. I mean, 64% actually think that Chang Bingyu is going to win, whether it's going to be relevant to the first session or the match overall. I reckon he has played better than Wakelin this week, and probably should be the favourite coming into this match, but all in all, as I say, I think Chris Wakelin does have a chance against him, and as we have got the players walking out, we're going to have the referee of the Ligas Callier, and of course, well, the man from Scotland himself, and Chang Bingyu and Chris Wakelin getting into the arena now. But one thing I will say is that apart from maybe a couple of those early frames with Mark Selby and Karen Wilson, Chang Bingyu was always going to be able to get himself and be ahead of his opposition players. You know, also you have to bring into the fact that it is going to be the third ranking event final for Chris Wakelin, and it's only the first one for Chang Bingyu. He's a lot younger than Chris as well, with him being only 23. And, well, let's see if he's going to be able to deal with the pressure earlier on. Of course, we have seen the likes of Wakelin, Wu Yize and Zhao Xington just come and roll onto the arena and be completely unfazed by what's going to be happening around them. Let's see if Chang Bingyu is going to join that club. He's guaranteed himself to get into the world number 63 if he is to be the runner-up. But of course, if he is to be the winner, he can try and climb as high as the world number 43 and replace, well, someone like Luca Brissell, the former world champion, just a couple of years ago, that will drop out outside of the world number 44 if that is the case. Right then, the first shot is going to be Chris Wakelin to be taken. And we all know what happened last time. That was the case against Matthew Sells. That left Wakelin very much vulnerable off the break-off. Not going to make the same mistake here. And he's off to a great start now, covering the left-hand side of the table perfectly. And the right-hand side, I think, is going to be available for Chang to try and exploit, not only for the safety shot. Of course, technically, this could be the last session of 2025 if we are to be blistering through those frames and Chang Bingyu to win every single one of them and win this final by 9 frames to 0. Don't actually think that'll be the case, though. I still think that, it could go either way, but I would expect the opposition player to win at least 5 of those frames, and a win of 9 frames to 5 is still going to be counted as one of the dominant performances of the season. But also remember that when we had a couple of dominant paths to the final from the likes of Sean Murphy at the Xi'an Grand Prix, and you can bring Jack Wazowski in play as well, where he managed to beat the likes of Karen Wilson and Mark Selby to reach that final against, Judge Jump. Lisowski, of course, managed to take it in the decider, but Murphy was destroyed by Williams at the Xi'an Grand Prix. So, of course, Chang Bingyu, for him being the world number 70, has to, completely overshadow those 2 performances, but I think he'll be able to put himself in all sorts of history books if he's going to be the winner, and not so much if he's going to be ending up with the runner-up. Both players said they'll try to go for it. I think that we're needing no confirmation from either, realistically, especially with the way that have been approaching those matches, especially earlier on. Chang Bingyu saying that he'll try and be aggressive, but still sensible enough for him to be playing the right short selections. And Chris Wakelin said that he'll try to be very aggressive and try to go for everything that is available. And if he is to lose, that will be the case. And so be it. Saying that, before he managed to have a massive drop-off for 3 or 4 months, he was climbing up the rankings. Of course, the highlight of his career probably so far being that shootout win a couple of seasons ago and reaching the semi-final at the Saudi Arabia Masters, facing no other player than Ronnie O'Sullivan himself. And, he was being the runner-up at that particular match, but now reaching the final on, Scottish Open, so his second Home Nations ranking event final. And now just having a look. It was a bit of a shaky stuff there from Chang Bingyu because he was trying to play the shot with a lot of right-hand side, getting the cue as close to the ball cushion as possible, but in the end I don't think he's played a good shot now. And there is an opening available for Wakelin, and he's able to go for it, and it's first blood that he's going to go to Chris Wakelin. As I say, never write someone like him out of the game because he will be able to try and make life for Chang Bingyu very difficult indeed. Because, as I say, Chang Bingyu has played better coming into this final, but it all depends on how you're going to play on the day, how clinical you're going to be, taking the right shots, and of course 2 things that these players are really good at, their positional play and both pot success, probably 2 most important factors. Because you bring the long pots into play, your snooker escape, success rates as well, and doesn't look like Chris Wakelin managed to play a good shot there off the black, trying to cannon the cue ball into those reds. In the end, I think he cannoned them into the way of each other. So apart from maybe having this red available into the right middle, which we'll still see Wakelin very lucky if he managed to land on this one. It leaves him with a difficult shot to try and take on, and he's going to miss the shot into the right middle. He played this one with power, trying to stay in good position for the black, and canning the cue ball to go away from the black ball cushion. In the end, couldn't quite measure the shot well enough for him to drop the red as he catches the front jaw off the right middle, bounces away and onto the green spot right now. So probably leaves a chance to Chang Bingyu now to go for this red into the yellow pocket. That way, they can try and drop the cue ball for the black. And apart from maybe leaving a shot into the green pocket himself, not leave anything obvious for his opponent. Now then, it's first shot that is going to be missed there by Chang. And I'll say he was leaving the cue ball for the black, but was always going to give that chance away to the green pocket available for Chris Wakelin. So I think both of the players will realise the importance of them trying to take full control of the opening session, and that's why really I've gone for the draw, because neither of the players will want to lose this one, but also I don't actually think that either can afford to lose the session, because if you go 5-3 down into the second session, if you're Chang Bingyu, well, then you find yourself in that position for the first time in this tournament, and that way you're going to leave yourself very much vulnerable to being exploited by Chris Wakelin. And of course, if you are Chris Wakelin and you go into the second session being 5-3 down, although he's tried to go for the red now into the right middle, so he clearly thought that going for the green pocket shot wasn't good enough for an invitation. And he's still going to miss this red into the right middle though, so as he gifted a chance away to Chang Bingyu, which is going to be a straightforward red there, and the first real chance for him to try and put his foot on the pedal. You know, we have seen an opening century in the first frame against Karen Wilson. We have seen a brilliant break of 72 points against Mark Selby. What we're going to see against Chris Wakelin in the final now. It's a lovely little shot though to get him started, and he's going to be very close to the black now. Ultimately has to judge the contact with the cue ball onto the reds perfectly, and he should be able to just get one of them onto the bunch and get himself lined up on the other one to be taken into the right corner. And well, don't think that he was trying to make it work like that, but in the end plays the cue ball through the side cushion and gets himself lined up for the opposite part of the table and into the left corner. Now 8 points each, and a great chance presented to Bingyu at this stage. Because something that you have to mention about both of the players, but especially about Chang, is he doesn't seem to miss any of those easy reds or black off the spot. He does seem to be very clinical with all the challenges that he's going to get to himself, and Chang 9-4. It's, once again, it's probably is going to be one of the scorelines for the odds, but I can't really see Chris Wakelin losing. Sort of 9 out of the 13 frames. I think he'll be able to go slightly deeper into this final, to say the least. And, well, to be fair, Jack was able to predict the right scoreline against Mark Selby. And therefore, you can't really argue with him on too many of those occasions. And, well, as I say, the opening frame against Kyron was a bit easier for Chang because he had all of those reds available. Right now, he's probably going to have a couple more. And then he needs to get the cue ball onto the main bunch of reds for him to get going here. And I'm not sure if he was playing for the red to be taken into the right corner, but if he was, he overrun with the cue ball by a considerable amount of distance. And he has to try and go really deep onto the white, trying to get this red into the green pocket. He's missed one of those shots previously, but he's been able to get himself warmed up. Is he going to be able to get this red in? No, he won't. And, well, something that we haven't seen from Chang previously in the opening frames against the likes of Sijal Wee, Stephen Guire, Mark Selby or Mark Allen, were the mistakes like that, running himself out of position in the first place, and then just having this shot into the green pocket to be taken. So far, it is 2 out of 2 long shots missed by Chang, and it is going to be a chance presented and taken nicely there by Wakelin. Taking this red, which was left out over the pocket. 13 points is the advantage now for Chang, which of course is not going to do too much damage to Chris Wakelin at this stage. Or so I thought. I mean, I was absolutely convinced that he's landed perfectly on this brown. In the end, he has to go for a difficult blue into the left corner. And he takes this one nicely there, Wakelin. It's to be very self-aware of the fact that he has not been able to get over the line in at least 3 of those frames against Matthew Selt. He's managed to point that out himself in his post-match interview. You know, saying that Selt has been brilliant for him to be finding those clearances of 64, 65 and 70 points at that stage of the match. But one thing that you have to actually praise Chris Wakelin on, every single time that Selt was able to get within a touching distance from Wakelin, Chris was able to step up his game and produce a clearance or a century break to take him into 2 or more frames of a cushion. Now then plays another good red into the right corner. Runs himself slightly wide on this black. And probably has to face a shot which is going to be, well, a bit tighter than he would have liked it to be. And may have the perfect invitation to try and send the cue ball into the main bunch of reds right here. Trying to use a lot of topspin on the cue ball. Needs a little bit of left-hand side to come into play as well. And I think he's played the shot perfectly so far. His trademark shot of the campaign was this split from the blue, but this one was played to an absolute perfection from the black, and gives himself a chance to try and have 4 easier reds, it would seem, especially as he takes the first one away, frees up the other 3, and the red I think is going to be slightly lower than the pink spot, still going to be available for him to be taken into the left corner. So as I say, don't write him out of the picture just yet. You'll be able to try and put some pressure on Chang Mingyu if he's going to be playing well. And of course, that if clause was very much valid there because he hasn't played a good shot at all. Been very unhappy with the way the spin worked on the cue ball. And instead of it rolling through those 2 cushions, it basically stopped on the second one. And if he's going to have any sort of a shot to try and continue the break, it has to be a very difficult cut to be taken into the right middle. Don't think he can afford to try and send the cue ball onto the top part of the table and go for that aggressive cut into the corner. And in the end, he has gone for a shot into the middle. He's missed it. And he was always going to leave the cue ball in such a way that Chang Mingyu was going to have limited options himself. But a couple of chances there for Chris. And the second one is about to come Chang Mingyu's way, with 8 points to be separating the players. 91 still at the table. Let's see if Chris Wakelin managed to work out the cue ball positioning perfectly. And didn't leave anything away here to Chang. I think he's going to be able to take the backspin of the cue ball if he's going to try and get a little double to get himself started. And he's gone for a long shot. And once again there, it is going to be 3 out of 3 missed. But this one certainly would have been the best of the 3. And he made it stick. Was very close to it as well. Into the green pocket. I didn't actually see that shot was possible because of the angle being so acute and very much against the player that was taking on that shot. And of course, so far, you have to say Chris Wakelin said that he'll go for every opportunity that presents himself. And what we've seen at the opening start of the frame is that should have been the headline for Chang Mingyu. And so now then, Chris is unable to get through to this red, which has seen Chang Mingyu leave it over the green pocket. But he's able to go for a nice starter into the right middle once again. Wakelin is able to get himself started with those difficult reds. He's just not able so far to keep him in prime positions for those reds and colours to be taken nicely. Now then, can he try and take this frame away from Chang from the 3rd time of asking? He's going to have a break of 6 points to get him started. Plays 2 reds. Very close to the blue right now. Gets himself down the table for the pink to be taken after the second one. With 75 points available on the table. He's got 3 more reds which are going to be straightforward, which is going to leave 51 points available on the table for Chang Mingyu to try and produce a comeback from. So he probably will need at least 1 more of those reds. And that's exactly what he's doing now, trying to scan the table and look at the scoreboard. See how many more of those reds you actually need. So if he takes those 3 easy reds, of course 2 of them are going to be quite close to the ball cushion, which is going to limit the number of points that he can score. But it's a wonderful shot that he's played, getting 1 of those reds completely off the side cushion and over the left middle. 22 points now is the advantage, so that should be the frame changer for Wakelin. And even though he can try and potentially get around that red to try and take it into the right corner, right middle, he should be able to get himself over the line with 3 more reds now that he's got the one off the side cushion and over the left middle pocket. As he takes the blue for now, he was having a look at the scoreboard once again, so probably suggesting that it is going to be tight. 27 points is the advantage right now, so he'll be looking to try and go and leave 43 points on the table. So if he takes those 3 reds, he should be able to accumulate 17 points in total, especially if he takes the blue with at least a couple of those reds. That's going to be the case with the first one. So that should be 12 points, and as long as he takes the brown on the last red, he shouldn't be needing any one of those 2 remaining reds, one of them on the left side cushion, and still potentially available for you to try and get around and to play into the right middle corner. Or you can try and play with a rest shot along the left side cushion and roll that one into the corner. At the stage of Chris Wakelin leaving Chang Mingyu needing snookers, so probably something that he can afford to try and do. If he plays his blue into the right middle, gets himself lined up for this red, and was looking at it very patiently to see if Because ideally, it would have liked to be on the side of the blue that sends the cue ball to the top part of the table. Instead, that's not going to be the case unless he goes for a massive backspin shot. Probably not the right approach for him to be taking on this approach. And, well, he has gone for it, to be fair. So clearly committed to trying to stay on the blue and just maybe trying to accumulate all the points possible and available to him. 34 points right now is the advantage, 39 with this blue. And that way, you'll leave the red and the brown combination, which is going to be required for Wakelin to be over the line. Doesn't want to kiss on that red on the side cushion, and had a little kiss, but he shouldn't be able to disturb the positional play, as he's still going to be on this red. And you can try and play through it, as long as he has enough power on this shot to try and have the cue ball to bounce away from the ball cushion and have the brown to be set up into the left middle instead of the normal procedure shot into the yellow or the green pocket. And well, in the end, he was able to stun it, so didn't really need to use the ball cushion at all. And now 40 points is the advantage, so if he rolls the brown in, he'll be 44 points clear with 43 at the table. And play the shot with the topspin to still try and make sure he's going to be able to get on that red to be taken into the left corner. And of course, barring Snookers, he's going to be over the line now. And his first blood to Grace Wakelin, just like it was with the first chance from the third time of asking. He was able to make it stick this time with a break of 36 points. His highest one in the match so far. And then just having a look and asking the referee to clean the white ahead of another important shot. Has to be very careful that he doesn't touch the red on the right side cushion with his shirt. Of course, can't afford to give a foul at this stage, and just trying to roll this red into the left corner and plays the shot wonderfully once again. So Chang Bingyu won't be coming back to the table surely now, and the break of 37 points is going to seal it for Wakelin. So he's going to be able to produce a good enough of a clearance for him to be over the line. And breaking that sequence of Chang Bingyu winning all the opening frames against Mark Allen, he managed to take a 2-0 lead. Done a similar sort of thing against Mark Selby. Had a 1-0 lead against Karen Wilson. And still had a dominant wins over Si Xiaowei and Stephen Maguire. But Wakelin doesn't seem to stop there. Seems to be finding all the shots in the world. And once again, you can see that it was a really difficult cut for him to be taking on there into the green pocket. But still, you have to give massive credit to Wakelin, because at that stage, especially for him wasting a couple of opportunities previously, I certainly didn't think that it was possible for him to have a total clearance, which certainly does seem to be on right now. 27 points on the table, so you could try and make the break of 73 points, which of course will be second highest from what we've seen from Chris Wakelin and Chang Bingyu in the opening frame so far this tournament. And only the century break of 125 points is going to be better than that. And well, another thing that is going to be very interesting to actually witness, if it is going to be Chang Bingyu trying to change his approach going into the second frame, because we've seen 3 long shots taken already. All 3 of them missed. I've seen a couple of mistakes from Wakelin himself, but of course you can't really criticize the winner of the opening frame too much. And he's going to be able to get himself lined up for the blue. So just trying to maximize the table time. And managed to keep Chang Bingyu in his seat for pretty much 10 minutes now. With 20 minutes or so since the match got underway. And now then, just the black for the brilliant clearance of 73 points. As he tries to get himself started on a successful final campaign. And Chris Wakelin is off to a great start now. And a break of 73 points, maybe just going to tip their odds favourite into Chris Wakelin's favour. Because, as I say, I was very surprised. I understand it, but I still was very surprised to see that Chris Wakelin was a massive underdog going into this final, with the 150 for Chang Bingyu and around 265 for Chris Wakelin to be the winner. I know that he's managed to beat the likes of Selby, Wilson, Si Xiaowei, Allen and Maguire, but still, he's never been in the final before. And I don't actually think that he's been in a 2-session match before, because I don't really remember seeing him at the Crucible. And of course, with it being the first semi-final and even a quarter-final appearance in his professional career, he would not have been playing the matches of first to 10 wins required. Therefore, would not have been participating in the 2-session matches previously, and that could be a factor because you're entering the unknown zone, and that's why he would have liked to see himself started off brilliantly with a clearance of 80 points and hopefully a win to nil, of course, in that opening frame. Instead, that pretty much was the opposite of what actually occurred, and of course, it wasn't the first time which Wakelin was able to get that frame over and done with, but he still was able to get over the line in the end. And now just having a look to see if we're going to have a reaction from Chang Bingyu. Maybe a change in the approach. As I say, maybe he's going to try and realise that not going for those long shots is going to be a benefit there for him, because going for those 3 long shots have actually left 2 easy reds away to Chris Wakelin, and he was able to take all 2 of them. Now then, about to get the second frame started. It's going to be very interesting to see if Chris Wakelin is going to be able to take the second frame away as well, because we haven't yet seen Chang Bingyu being able to come back from being 2 frames down there. In fact, I don't actually think that we've seen him being a frame down at all, apart from maybe the opening couple of rounds, where he still managed to get over the line comfortably against Maguire and Sijawi. And of course, I mentioned all the opponents that Chang Bingyu managed to beat because of how impressive that list actually is, but you have to give a shout out to Chris Wakelin, beating the likes of Matthew Selt, Yuan Jun, and getting it through a couple of top fixtures of his own in the opening couple of rounds. Still wait for the second frame to begin. He has managed to beat the likes of Oliver Lyons and Anthony McGill quite comfortably before beating Yuan Jun, Wakelin, and Matthew Selt, for him to be reaching the final stage. Another thing that you have to mention that neither of the players have actually been taken into it decided yet. Wakelin was really close to conceding one of those against Matthew Selt, with him being 50 points down in that frame number 10, but he was able to make a bit of a clearance himself after having all of those clearances produced by Matthew Selt previously in that semi-final. Now then, Chang Bingyu is ready to get the second frame underway, and well, we'll be looking to see a reaction from himself. It's maybe a little change in the approach that he's going to try and take. I thought that Wakelin made the semis in an event last year. He's made the semi-final appearance in the Saudi Masters against Ronnie, but I don't think he made one last year, I'll be honest with you. I know he made a final at the Northern Ireland Open where he lost out to Trump by 9-3. And of course he was the winner of the shootout, but I don't think he made semis last year. Now then, Chang Bingyu is able to produce a good enough break-off to force Chris Wakelin to be going for a safety shot. Of course, that wasn't quite the case with Matt Selt's semi-final, where Wakelin was pretty much eager to get himself started on one of those long shots every single time, but until very much the end of that match, he wasn't able to take any of them away, therefore constantly leaving chances to his opponent at that stage. Of course, I say, if we're going to see an approach change from Chang Bingyu, are we going to see one from Chris Wakelin? Is he going to try and slow the game down and try and build on that frame advantage that he's got to his name, or he's going to try and do all the damage earlier on here to Chang? And of course, I think you'll know, well, just as well as all the experts will, that Chang Bingyu wasn't able to come back from being a couple of frames down because he didn't have to so far this week. And maybe that's going to be the first real objective for Wakelin to try and produce against Chang, but he didn't manage to produce a good safety shot there. It leaves a long red available, which, you know, once again could be a bit of a blessing in disguise there for Wakelin, especially if Chang decides to try and hold the cue ball for the blue, because it's going to have a red available. Can't really see him making this red in because of it being one of the more difficult that he had to take on. That'll probably make it even sweeter if he does. Now then, he's gone for it and he's made it stick. Brilliant shot there from Chang Bingyu. And what a start to the second frame we've got. Of course, Wakelin didn't plan to leave that red on after having that cannon onto the brown. In the end, still, it is going to be a nice chance given away here, but it's not going to be the perfect opportunity either. We have seen a couple of those not taken by Chang previously. Just trying to run himself out of, well, not trying to, but ultimately still running himself out of position on some of those reds. having to go for a long shot into the yellow pocket once and the green pocket twice. Wasn't able to get the perfect outcome on any of those attempts. But now as he manages to make at least one of those 4 long shots, he's going to be able to get himself in for the chance. So, of course, another thing about both Wakelin and Chang Bingyu is both of them have actually been the players that have been constantly receiving those opening chances in their matches against opponents. And you have to say against Matthew Selt yesterday, and realistically against Mark Cullen as well, both Bingyu and Chris were able to get themselves started with the breaks of 30 and 40 points coming in all the time for them. And both of them have managed to produce 2 century breaks. Chris Wakelin's done that with the breaks of 108 and 105 points. And Chang Bingyu managed to respond with a break of 104 of his own, making that in the second frame. And of course, starting off that campaign against Allen with a brilliant total clearance of 134 points. So that was the way to get him started. And now just having a look. Once again, he landed a bit straight on his black. So ideally, he wants one of those reds to be available to be taken into the left corner, but as that doesn't seem to be the case, maybe forced to take the pink on into the left middle, making the shot slightly tricky there for him. So once again, his positional play doesn't seem to be as perfect as we're used to seeing it so far in this campaign. And well, very important to actually try and drop the pink in because the position will be there. He's going to try and play this one with enough backspin. So leave the cue ball very close to those reds and manages to take the shot nicely. And another bonus is going to be the fact that he's going to take the pink out of the game, which for now, as I say, is going to be a bonus because he's still going to have blue and black to try and make his break in and around there. And taking the pink to be taken onto the brown spot. He's going to make it easier for him to try and travel the cue ball around those reds and ensure the positional misjudgments that we have seen previously are not going to be repeated again. Now then, it is going to be 27 points of a break here for Chang Bingyu, which makes it the highest that we've seen of him so far. And this red that still lands himself with a bit of distance to try and get the cue ball to cover. And let's see if he's going to try and stun the cue ball and leave himself on for this black. Let's be taken into the left corner. That's exactly what he's tried. And, well, I mean, was very close to missing that red. He bowled in the jaws for a considerable amount of time and just about dropped in. Didn't really seem to sacrifice or lose anything out on the positional play, though. Still seems to be having slight angle on the black for it to be dropped into the left corner, and he can try and play through one of those reds to be aimed into the right corner instead. So I think, we have seen those previous 2 Home Nation event series taken all the way to decider. 2 played in slightly different formats, with Mark Allen dominating the majority of his match against Wakelin, and of course that wasn't the case with Chris Wakelin, where at no point during that match we've actually seen any one of the players to go more than 1 frame ahead. And Wakelin was able to climb back from 7-2 down, and I think he was pretty much facing up with 8-7 of a lead there, but that still didn't help because Allen was able to set himself up with the decider and get over the line. And yeah, Chang Bingyu runs himself out of position once again here, so has to go for this red into the green pocket. I don't think he made it, and the red is going to stay out. Now, where's he going to finish? And he's going to finish very much as a traitor over the right middle. As I say, we haven't seen those mistakes previously from Chang, especially in all the dominant performances that he's had over Selby, Allen and Wilson. And Wakelin surely is going to try and thrive on those mistakes. We have seen him make a couple of those himself against Matthew Selt yesterday. 4 or 5 century hole match. Probably not, I would say, because we have seen 2 frames where we're not going to see a century break. And just think, don't really we're going to see... Well, maybe we'll see 1 in the opening session, but I don't think we'll see more than that. Because of, Chang Binyu's not really playing well. And Chris Wakelin is inevitably going to try and get himself into a mode of just trying to grind out those frames. And, well, he's tried to get himself into those reds. And has he landed on at least one of them? The shake of the head probably suggests that he didn't. And, well, surely he's still got a chance of going for the red into the left middle. He's made one of them previously to get himself started on that frame-winning break of 73 points. See if that's going to be the case now. Once again, that's probably where missing the pink on his spot is going to be a bit of an enemy there for Chris. Because he has to try and, well, hammer the cue ball with a lot of topspin to try and push it through for the blue. Or indeed just try and hold it back for the black. But I think he's going to try and play a safety shot instead. And yeah, in the end, last second he refuses a shot into the left middle, which probably is going to be the reason for it to be into the final stage. And he still plays a wonderful shot now, getting the brown to be the main cover point for the cue ball, not to be seeing any of those reds. And having the green and the pink by the right and left side of the brown as well. He's going to leave him very much vulnerable right now. And, 29 points is the advantage still there for Chang Bingyu, so that opening red, which Chris Wakelin has seen to himself, probably is going to be a wasted opportunity. And Bingyu has got a chance to get himself back in for another chance for a break here, which surely will get him over the line. Needs about 35 more of those points, and he should be. And even Stevens going into that frame number 3, but it's a lovely shot that Chang Bingyu has played. And if the previous shot was wonderful, this one was absolutely excellent. And it's a perfect response there from Chang. Probably, as I say, wasn't really his strongest or weakest links, the safety battle, but I think it certainly has been one of the weakest points of Chris Wakelin's campaign so far. It just doesn't seem to be able to string 4 or 5 good safety shots, which is something that Chang Bingyu was actually able to do. Especially, that was very surprising to watch against Mark Selby. And when you outplay and defeat the king of the safety battles, you're always going to be destined for success in that part of the game. Now then, Wakelin's able to respond with a good enough shot. Of course, getting that one of those reds onto the side cushion wasn't really part of his plans. Because as the player that he's going to have to try and come from behind now. He's going to need all of those reds now. And doesn't really want to see them being sent onto the side cushion. And, well, very important shot for Chang Bingyu to try and take. And I don't think he's managed to take it well enough. You know, the applause from the crowd. But Wakelin's able to see this red. He can try and drop it into the right corner. And that way, he's going to get himself in with a great chance of getting back into this frame. And surprisingly, he has missed this red to be taken into the right corner. Still managed to play a good enough safety shot. And, well, in the end, brought himself out of position on any of those colours. But as he misses the red, which, I mean, probably compromised by the fact of the cue ball being so close to the ball cushion. Doesn't seem to be happy with the way he's played that shot anyway. And seems to get away with it, though. So we'll have to try and work out for another chance. Still 99 points, and you have to try and aim for one of those reds to be put on the side cushion. And, well, that was the approach that Chang Bingyu has taken. Just happy to leave the cube on the lower part of the table. With, you know, you've got 9 reds still in play, but incredibly, neither of them are actually going to be in open play there, because you've got a little cluster of 2 reds. Probably the only 2 being in open play. 3 more on the side cushion of the right hand side. And 4 more being perfectly set up on the black ball cushion right now. So with the pink and black being out of the game, it is going to be a very lengthy frame for Chris Wakelin to try and win it. But even for Chang Bingyu to try and get over the line, you will need at least 4 of those reds there. If not 5. For him to have a substantial enough of a lead. For Chris Wakelin to be in snookers, which probably at this stage is going to be impossible to achieve. Just triggering those breaks of red plus black combination. It's not going to help Chris Wakelin's chances in that case either. And for now, it's just going to be one of those safety battles, which is going to see Chris trying to play the cue ball away from those reds. And Chang Bingyu just going for the approach, rolling the cue ball towards them. We have seen a couple of those frames taking that lengthy approach yesterday from Chang Bingyu and Mark Allen, and after quick fire sane shoe breaks, Mark Allen was able to get himself one of those frames back after Chang Bingyu was able to go 3-0 up against the player from Northern Ireland. Once again, it's a perfect shot taken really nicely there by Wakelin. I think he is going to leave Chang Bingyu Snooker now, with brown covering up the left-hand side of the table, and the green doing the same for the right-hand side of it. So Wakelin has to go back to his chair, and well, it probably still wouldn't be the hardest shot for Chang Bingyu to try and get the contact with one of those reds, but he just has to make sure he's not going to be giving any more foul points than he has to, because that 29 points advantage, even though there is still 99 points potentially up for grabs, could be very important come the end of this frame. And he takes the first shot perfectly, getting absolutely no room for error there for himself in terms of the way that he judged the power, and pretty much the last gasp for the cue to try and get onto this red. And well, Wakelin was able to produce an absolute cracker of a shot into the left middle. He's had one of those previously to set up that break of 73 points, and well, he'll do really, really well to get the break of 17 points out of this situation, because he's landed himself not in a nice position for the black to be taken into the left corner along the side cushion, but at least he's still in with a chance. And for now, he can afford to just try and eliminate all of those reds one by one without taking the colour. Now tries to get himself set up nicely, and does seem to have the cushion in the way. Impacting his left shoulder as well. Has to go for it again, being on the stretch. And of course, never nice for you to be playing those type of shots, because when you're not comfortable, you can't really focus on going for the pot with full commitment. But I mean, he didn't even touch the jaws, which probably just makes you ask what he was actually playing for, because he's still not going to be perfectly positioned on this red to be taken into the right corner. And of course, that case will be helped on by the fact that the red is going to be perfectly on the cushion, but yeah, he's not even thinking about it. I think the black is going to be in the way, so he's going to have a break of 8 points, which, funnily enough, is going to be very important there for him at this stage of the frame. And maybe just go for the red to be taken into the left middle, but whatever he does, he has to make sure it's the front jaw of the left middle pocket, and he hasn't. And he hit the back end jaw, which is going to leave the red to bounce away and onto the open part of the table. So that break of 8 points might just be brought to nothing if Bingyu is able to take this red into the right middle, get himself lined up for the collar, and have that 20-odd points advantage restored to him. And of course, still have a chance to try and have the positional play on one more of those reds. And if you can try and get in behind of it, you can play it with an easy approach into the left middle. Or instead, you can try and drop the cue ball for the same red that Wakelin was aiming for previously. And I think he's managed to play a good shot now. You'll have a look to see who's going to have another one of those reds available to be taken into the left corner. But the answer probably still going to be negative at this stage. 27 points advantage. And I don't think it is going to be 2 reds at this stage that he's going to be seeking for. But maybe if he gets all 3 of them, 2 on the black ball cushion, that are going to be somewhat available, and the one that he can try and get around and spot into the left corner or middle, he's going to be in there with a chance. But even though he has managed to take probably the most difficult of those 3 reds away, and still land himself on the black, he's landing himself with the wrong angle, and that way he's going to be playing the cue ball away from those 2 reds, and surely he's not going to try and get the cue ball to be dropped in behind that red. Now he's going to try and set himself up for a shot to be taken into the right corner, but I mean, the problem with taking that shot on is if you miss it, you're going to leave it over the pocket, and also, like, he got himself into a bit of a tricky position now, trying to get the cue ball and get the cue past the blue now. I think he's just about able to do that, so he'll make the shot slightly easier, but whatever he does, he has to ensure, I don't know how, but he controls the red well enough for it to be bouncing away from the pocket, and well, probably missed it by enough of a distance for that to be the case. Now 35 points advantage for him to be taking with a 75 points of a chance there. Still left out on this table. Well, the chances of Wakelin have already been quite slim when he had that 29 points of a deficit to try and overcome. And in the end, probably he's going to be not quite all over now because he's put one of those reds over the pocket. Obviously trying to get in an open play. Once again, that easy safety shot just getting the most out of him. And Wakelin is unable to explore them so far in the Scottish Open campaign, especially at the business end of the tournament. And Chang Bingyu is going to be able to take at least one more of those reds away from the pocket. Therefore leave 67 points on the table, with his gap probably being increased to around 43 points or so as we enter what surely is going to be the deciding point of the second frame. Thought he was going to try and hold the cue ball for the black because I'll be giving him a couple of more extra points. In the end, clearly didn't really worry about that. Just trying to take it on a red and a colour combination, no matter what it's going to be. And I don't think there is going to be any valid point in trying to lay a snooker now, even though the triangle of the yellow, pink and brown being so close to each other. Still, we just get those 3 points, with especially that area of trying to get one of those reds being so wide for Chris. And Bingyu is going to be able to attempt to go for this red into the right corner. Whether he will be able to make it stick or not, he's missed one of them previously, and you could argue that this one is going to be slightly more difficult than the previous one. And he still needs a couple more of those reds because probably at this stage he wants to be leaving 43 points at the table for him to be over the line, if you don't take colours into account. But he's going to take the black out of the game surely now, because he gets a nice little red into the right corner. And, Wakelin probably just should have hesitated slightly longer there when he was trying to go for that shot into the left middle. And as I say, whatever you do, make sure that you don't go for the shot into the back end jaw of the middle pocket. And another brilliant shot there from Chang Bingyu. Is he going to be lucky enough for the red to go past the black? Because this could be the shot that gets him over the line. Because this red will leave him 48 points clear, and he's inevitably going to have the position on the black. So, I mean, making a very important break of 20 points now is very much mission possible for Chang. Just needs to roll this red in, and the position on the black will take care of itself. Lovely shot and a lovely break there, because it does seem to be very little of a contribution towards the overall frame win. But having that cheap mistake from Chris Wakelin in the end, leaving Chang with a perfect opportunity, and still manages to work really hard for it and get the most out of the situation that he managed to find himself at. And the break of 21 points and counting surely is going to guarantee the fact of Chris Wakelin not coming back to the table until the start of the third frame. And, we're still yet to see the break of more than 35 points from Chang Bingyu, but this is certainly going to be the one that takes him to a level scoreboard. So for the first time since that Karen Wilson match, we are going to see Chang Bingyu not leading after the opening 2 frames, after he's managed to do that against Mark Selby and Mark Cullen. And in the end, not quite able to go for this red into the yellow pocket, but still the break of 28 points will do the job nicely, as Chris Wakelin stays in his chair and has to wait for the frame number 3 to be his next chance of trying to be back ahead at this final. Meanwhile, while we have a break, thank you very much for everyone tuning in. We've got 365 people watching. If you do enjoy the content, feel free to hit the like on the stream. And even though, of course, it is the penultimate session of 2025, we're still going to have the final one, with it being confirmed now, with the requirement being at least one of those frames being won by either Chang or Wakelin here, because technically you're going to have 9 frames in one session, which, if you're going to have a whitewash, something that we have seen last year in the final of Stuart Bingham and Neil Robertson at the Players' Championship, I think it was. Sometimes you are able to get the final finish in one session. Of course, it wasn't quite on that occasion, as Robertson was taking an 8-0 lead into the second session, and only needed 2 more frames for Bingham to be dispatched, with a bit of a horror show at that time, despite having such a successful campaign for him to reach that final appearance. And if we talk about this season, 2025-2026, we've had the biggest win in the final was, I think it was 10-6 for Selby over trump in Champion of Champion as the second place. And I think the first one, of course, has to be the dominant win of Mark Williams against Sean Murphy, taking a 7-1 lead into the second session, winning 5 frames on the bounce and getting himself a very healthy lead. At the end, Murphy wasn't able to produce any sort of a decent snooker that we've seen all week at that time from him. Beating some great opposition players like Ding Junhui and Gary Wilson for him to be featuring in that final. Probably the man which was coming into that match with the most in form of anyone on the tour, being the current event winner at the British Open, where he managed to beat Anthony McGill with the win of 10 frames to 7. But if you talk about the Home Nation Series, as I said previously, we had Judd Trump and Joey Long as the runner-up. Both of them managed to take their opponents into the deciding frame, but Mark Allen and Jack Lasowski managed to take it away from them in the end. And at the dying moments of these encounters, still had the likes of Robertson O'Sullivan, Sal Godon against Gary Wilson to produce a couple more of those deciders. And also had some close calls with Judd Trump, Mark Selby at the UK Championship, being separated by only 2 of those frames, same as Ali Carter and Karen Wilson, with so far the longest match that we have seen, with it consisting of 20 frames and being the first to 11 at the opening invitational tournament of the season. And you can see that the Stephen Hendry Trophy is going to be waiting for either Chris Wakelin or Chang Bingyu, but which one of them is actually going to be, we yet to find out. With Wakelin going for the break-off and trying to send the cue ball for the right-hand side of the table. Once again, wanting to bounce diagonally towards the yellow spot, and I think he's managed to play the shot well enough for him not to be leaving anything easy away to Chang. But as he's got the cue ball to bounce away from the ball cushion, it's not going to be perfect. So not bad, not perfect there for the break-off. And certainly worse than the opening frame that we've seen. And so far, I think it's 1 out of 4 for Chang Bingyu in terms of long shots that he's managed to take. And the only one that was actually successful was on frame number 2. And probably was from a similar amount of distance in the approach. See if he's going to be able to make it 2 out of 5 now. And he certainly can. And, well, Chris Wakelin probably can't believe that. And it's one of those comments that sometimes you say, too good. And he can do absolutely nothing with that. You can see Chris Wakelin's face in the background, just resulting in a smile. And of course, a bit of a sarcastic to himself, but I'm pretty sure he just can't believe what his opponent is able to do on the snooker table. Now then, wasn't able to get the right side of the blue at that stage. So still has to try and get through to this red into the left corner now as he takes the blue into the right middle. Play this shot with a bit of power and have the cue ball to bounce away and potentially get himself set up for the black. He wants to try and hold it for the most expensive colour. I think in the end he was trying to play for the blue, and I think he's done a bit of a trick on himself because there was a fine margin of leaving himself sort of with the right angle on the blue, or just running himself out of position on the next shot now, because he's got a very straight yellow, which is not going to do the job anyway. And he's got quite a difficult cut on the brown for him to try and have a full control of the cue ball and still ensure that he's going to be able to roll the brown in. Now gets the cue ball to go lower part of the table, and I didn't actually think that one of those reds was possible into the left corner, but Chang clearly thinks so. And that's going to be the shot that he's committed to. See if he's going to be able to go for it into the left corner. Needs a lot of backspin once again for the cue ball to travel, and needs to slow down now. Once again, I mean, all the cue action that he actually manages to get, no wonder Stephen Maguire wasn't able to do anything with him. Because more times than not, he actually manages to overscrew or overplay the shots that he's trying to. Especially when he has got a tough positional shot up ahead of himself. So once again needs the use of brown to try and help him for the second time in a row. Using the ball cushion and the side cushion on the right hand side of the table to have the cue ball to travel like down the rails. Once again, 2 out of 2 good positional shots there for him, because it wasn't easy. That stage where he got himself into. And now as this red is going to be taken into the left corner. Once again, it is going to be another one of those frames that gets a quick start. The second one probably didn't have a quick finish. As the story of the first one. But remember, we're still yet to see the 40+ break from Chang Bingyu, as his highest one so far being in the second frame of 35 points. And just having a look to see if the pink is going to be potable into the right corner, with him checking that one previously. Clearly committed to it. And unless the pink is going to be respotted, I think it's going to have a minimal effect on Chang Binyu's break now, because neither one of the colours are going to be off their spot. So Wakelin is just going to try and fit the pink on his spot. And I think at this stage it's not going to matter massively there to Chang Bingyu, because he's about to get himself onto the black for the first time and try and have the remaining 3 reds to be taken with his black to maximise the points there he gets on the break. And after a good start for Wakelin, he does seem to find himself struggling now. And the majority of the table time coming back to Chang Bingyu here. This could be a very dangerous thing, especially against someone like Chris, where he relies on the table time, he relies on him playing well. And you get him out of his league, he's going to be able to struggle when he comes back to the table and has a couple of difficult shots to try and deal with. But that will be, of course, when his next chance is going to present itself. For now, it's still Chang Bingyu trying to dominate this table time. How many games? You've got best of 17, so first to 9. And with it being spread out to 2 sessions, you're going to have 8 or 9 frames in the opening session. Depends on how quickly we're going to go through them. And then you're going to have, well, once again, 8 or 9. If it is going to go the distance. And we are to see all 17 of those frames. And Chang Bingyu previously going for a little cannon onto those reds. In the end, I don't think he's managed to get himself set up perfectly on any one of them. So needs one more firm contact from the blue to be sending the cue ball right into the pink. Wants to get it pretty much full ball. And a little bit of backspin to try and stun the cue ball away from the pink in the end. So the straight contact is needed for the firm result, and I think he's managed to get it, and I think he's played an absolute cracker of a shot once again. And probably the only risk for him was seeing that red to go close to the left corner pocket, but it is going to be the perfect chance now for Chang, as he has got his first 40+ break. And for the position that he finds himself, as soon as he's going to be over the line in terms of winning the frame, you can see the reaction of Wakelin in the end after that long shot, and he probably knew at that time that it was going to be difficult for him to come back to the table on this frame. If Chang can be as cool as in semis, he'll be hard to beat. He will be. And so far we have seen a couple of those errors in the positional play, and we may have seen another one, because just as I say, it is going to be a straightforward way for him to try and be over the line now. Not quite there, and has got 2 difficult reds to try and breach over for the cue ball. Bounce the white away from the black ball cushion and try and have himself set up for the black to be taken into the right corner. Wants the cue ball to bounce and play the shot well enough, and probably managed to recover completely now. So Wakelin can barely keep himself awake here, and you can't really doubt him and you can't really criticise him for it, because he's played 1 shot so far in this frame, and that was the break off. He's played it decent enough for him to have at least 1 more shot in the frame to be taken, but that doesn't seem to be the case, barring a couple of more of those red plus black combination. And in fact, it is going to be 2 more of those in terms of 2 more balls that he needs to pot. The red into the right corner, and then the black to be taken into the opposite part of the table. And with 5 reds being available and left out on the table, you're going to have 67 points still up for grabs, and Chang Binyu's advantage is going to be taken into 62 points here. So if he gets the black, that's going to add up to 69 points that he manages to have, and all of them coming on the same break here. So surely now you can try and start talking about a century break being made, and the crowd are amazed and applauding that. Wakelin clearly not so much. And well, you can probably criticise him for quite a few shots that he's played badly in the second frame. You can't criticise him for anything in the third frame, and that was always going to be a very difficult thing for Chang Bingyu to try and carry over into the final, because it's always going to be the new day, and especially the new stage of the arena. But with just how unfazed it does seem to be, with his rolling on to this stage, trying to have this ready to be taken now, into the right corner and just going through the gears there on this break. And of course, you know, you can talk about the brilliant long shot that he's taken well, but he still had 14 difficult reds to try and deal with. And look what it resulted into. 3 reds being positioned perfectly for the Saint-Chu break. One of the easiest practice situations that you got to have ahead of yourself when you're trying to prepare for moments like this, of course. When the frame is already won, trying to wrap it up in style. And, well, someone talked about a Saint-Chu break. We may see one in the opening mini session, and that hunts for 4 or 5 Saint-Chus will still go and beyond there. Because it didn't seem likely after the opening frame struggle for Chang Bingyu, but he was able to put all of those struggles behind him at the last part of the second frame, and now rolls on to the break of 92 points, so takes the black for it to be taken into 99 zone, and the next red will result in a break of 100 points being made in the final for the 3rd time here, and for the 3rd frame of asking, I mean. And I mentioned that he had a break of 134 points against Mark Cullen, and if he stays on the black now, he can still try and replicate that if he makes a total clearance, and he certainly is going to be a lovely break of 100 points, and you can see what it means to his mom and people in the crowd. Certainly came here to watch the show, and from Chang Binyu's point of view, he's managed to deliver it to full extent, and well, total clearance probably isn't going to be on. So the break of 107 points, and well, he's not going to be happy with himself about this one, and barely keeps the cue ball on the table, but it's still going to be the break of 107 points and a Saint-Chu break being made, and Chris Wakelin can't do anything about it. He had 1 shot in this 3rd frame, and in no time at all, it is going to be Chang Bingyu to revert that deficit of a single frame to nil for him to be leading by 2 frames to 1 now. And the last frame of the first mini session, well, at this stage already, I have to say, Chris Wakelin can't afford to lose it. Otherwise, he's going to be, well, going the same path that Si Xiaowei, Mark Selby, Mark Allen, and Karen Wilson have all gone for. We all know how those matches have ended, with Selby probably getting closest of those 4 players. And, well, once again, I said we needed a reaction from Chang Bingyu in the 2nd frame, and he has certainly changed the approach in terms of he's still gone for those long shots, but he's managed to take 2 out of 2 brilliant ones in frames number 2 and 3, and well, all of a sudden, what a switch back that was. Chris Wakelin now needs to come back with a response, and ideally for him, he wants to try and do it in the first mini session to try and level things back, for him to have a chance to send in the second mini session as well, because if he leaves himself with a 3-1 deficit to try and overcome, I mean, you're always going to see Chang Bingyu winning at least one of those 4 remaining frames with Chris Wakelin. I mean, he's played consistent enough for him to be winning some of those frames, but it doesn't strike me as a player that he's going to go on the run and win 4 or 5 frames against Chang Bingyu, especially, once again, the problem that you have when you are Chris Wakelin, when you're based off consistency, and when you're up against someone like Watchalong, Zhao Xington, Ronnie O'Sullivan, or the style that Zhou Yulong, Si Xiaowei, Wu Yize, or Li Beifan, and even Chang Bingyu have, never going to keep them quiet for 5 or 6 frames, because they're always going to have that easy red as an opener, and then it's going to be them against the table. In the majority of those circumstances and instances, you're going to see them making the break of 60 or 70 points, which inevitably will get him over the line. And you've just seen that now in 4K. 107 points could have been 134 for Chang Bingyu after an opening shot of the break-off. Nothing that Wakelin could have done. And in the end, nothing more that Chang Bingyu could have done on that occasion. He gets himself off. Started really well in this 3rd frame. Now as we're about to get the 4th one underway. Seems to be going pretty well through the schedule. An hour on the opening 3 frames with little breaks in between those. So around, well, sort of slightly less than 20 minutes per frame. 18 and a half or something. It's probably going to be perfect condition for the final, especially, you know, that you've got the 2nd frame massively compromising that with all the safety battle, with having so many reds on the side and the black ball cushion. Now then, Chris Wakelin is about to get his guaranteed shot after the break-off from Chang Bingyu, but as we've seen in the previous instance, this can be the last one that he's going to have to try and settle for till the start of the next frame. Of course, that will be in more than 15 minutes time. So Wakelin finally, in probably more than 15 minutes, comes back to the table after the brilliant clearance from Chang Bingyu. Now, can we see a similar sort of thing from Chris Wakelin? He has got a very similar long shot to the one that Chang Bingyu had in the previous frame. Now, is he going to be able to make it? And he's not even going to try and attempt it. So clearly, realizing the fact of he can't have any more of those mistakes, otherwise he's going to be punished for them. And he was very close to overplaying the red, too close to the green pocket. In the end, leaving it perfectly on the bulk line. Very close to the green itself. And Chang Bingyu is going to try and send the cue ball into the main bunch of reds with loads of backspin to try and leave it on the black ball cushion. And, well, pretty much blocking the access to the top part of the table there for Wakelin because of having that one remote red, which you can always leave to your opponent. If not for an attacking shot, then certainly for a safety shot for either Chang or Wakelin to be taking. And if Wakelin is going to try and go for this red into the middle, I just don't really feel like it's going to be any easier than the shot that ultimately cost him the, well, not quite the third frame, but certainly the second frame, allowing Chang Bingyu back into the frame and for Chang to produce that break of 42 points. He was able to get himself over the line at that stage and, well, now just having a look and in the end just trying to get the cue ball closer to the yellow pocket. Was always going to leave that red available here to Chang on the bulk line and straight by the green. You can try and get it lined up and past the blue line with the cue ball and yeah, trying to get the white as close to the ball cushion as he possibly can be. Once again, another thing for you to try and sort of witness is going to be the fact of who's going to be winning those safety battles, because realistically, I think it's been even so far. And it's just that, once again, Chang Bingyu realistically had two great chances in those two frames that he's managed to win. And he was able to take both of them. But the first one bringing him in the break of 35 points. The second one being the 100 points plus. And, well, once again, Wakelin couldn't quite control the positional play of one of those reds for it to be sent over the pocket. But he's now going to have the yellow in the way of the cue ball. Managed to control the white well enough. And, I mean, maybe it is going to be 3 out of 3 there. It is once again a long shot available for the right corner. Exactly the same as the previous two for Chang Bingyu to be taken. I think Chang already has 10 centuries in this competition. Next most is 4. But need a perfect frame and Zhao have the highest break of 146. Yes. Incredible that you can have a break of 146 points and still lose the match by 4 frames to 1. But it is going to be 4 out of 4 and you can start to lose count. And Chris Wakelin is certainly going to be absolutely fuming with the way his life has gone. Because, I mean, he plays a really good safety shot. He leaves one of those reds over the opposite side of the table and over the corner pocket. And in the end, he has his opponent to go for the opposite red and still absolutely nail on for him to be taking. Long pot success, 4 out of 4. He's going to be very wrong because the shots that he's taken into the green and the yellow pocket at the opening 2 frames certainly have to be taken into account as well. Got no idea why they haven't done that, because it certainly wasn't a mid-range shot. It certainly wasn't playing a safety shot, especially with Chris Wakelin having a chance after every single one of those misses. But for him to be making 4 out of 4 right now, certainly on the bounce, it is going to be a great chance for Chang Bingyu to try and for now have enough of a points advantage to try and be taking that 3-1 lead over Chris Wakelin. For now, he's got a very important couple of shots to make his way through. Try and have the black to be put back on his spot. As he now has a look to see if he's going to be able to get through and lined up for the red to be taken along the black ball cushion again. And, well, you have to say, so far, you know, it's still very earlier on in this 4th frame, and doesn't seem to be happy with someone being too loud in the left corner. So still went for that black and managed to get that one into the pocket. So still doesn't look like it's distracted him well enough. And although, I mean, he's landing very straight on this red, This could be start of an issue because he can't really go for the full backspin shot because he's going to have the red in the way. And that's what he realised, so probably that's what the mitigating circumstances and the consequences have actually been there for him. I mean, there is always going to be point in trying to get this shred in, as long as he focuses on the pot enough that he guarantees he doesn't leave the shred over the pocket there for Wakelin. And just leave it to the snooker gods to decide if he is going to be lined up for the black or not. To be taken into the same pocket, and in the end, I mean, it's a wise shot there from Chang because he tried to control the cue ball well enough for him to be avoiding that kiss on the red at all and not leaving the cue ball close enough to the cushion. Hi there, Letitia. I'm sorry, Chris, you're playing with Big Boy now. Well, it's funny you say that. He's only 23 years of age, but essentially he's going to be the biggest challenge that he's going to have for him to be over the line in the tournament. And once again, Chang is able to go for the black and make it into the right corner. Pot success for him, 91%. And 87 for Chris Wakelin so far. Now then, is he going to be able to get through to one of those reds to be taken into the left corner? Probably not at this stage. Average frame time, as you can see, 16.5 minutes. Of course, helped on massively by the previous frame, with it being a single shot that Wakelin has played, and around 30 shots that Chang Bingyu has managed to produce himself. Well, not around. He managed to have 30 shots there because it was 15 reds, 15 colours. As he run himself out of position on the yellow for him to try and start the 6-colour clearance. And so Chang Bingyu wasn't able to get through to one of those reds. So trying to just get the cue ball onto the green pocket area. And it's very important for him to try and have that blue as the backup option and cover the red, which was sent previously by Chris Wakelin over the left corner pocket. And I think he's managed to do that, with Wakelin not even trying to have a look to see if he's going to be able to go for that red into the corner pocket. Clearly has to try and settle for one of those reds to be taken in the opposite direction. And I mean, he can try and do something about this red to just send it onto the side cushion, but that way he needs to have a perfect cannon on the cue ball as well. And that's what he's tried. Bounces there, red off the side cushion onto a black cushion as well. As he played a good enough shot though, he needed the brown to be his cover point. And with the acknowledgement from Chang, clearly suggests that he has played a good enough shot for him not to be left out in his chair for, well, a lot longer. Because that was the case in the previous couple of frames there with him. And ultimately, that was a very important shot there for Wakelin to play, because it was fine margin of him leaving this red available to Chang to try and take as a chance to get himself started on the break, or he was just having that necessity to play a difficult shot and going for the edge of the red on the right side cushion that he has to try and get into the open play. And don't know if he's played it well enough. And don't actually think he has. I mean, if this black is available into the left corner, I would expect Wakelin to try and have a shot at this now. Of course, I mean, maybe the black is actually going to be covered up by that red, because I can't really understand the mindset that Chang Bingyu was having after taking this shot on, because he was always going to have only one outcome. The camera still doesn't quite show if the black is going to be able to be posted into the left corner. And therefore, Chris maybe just has to settle for sending one of those reds to the left middle, or in that area. I mean, I say in that area, you can't really go for a safety shot if he's going to leave the cue ball onto the left side cushion, because that red is still going to be available for him. That he's put himself over the left corner pocket. So he was able to find a gap to have one of those reds to be sent onto the side cushion, and have the cue ball to be going into that green pocket zone once again. I think he's played a better shot right now than he's managed to do previously, because the red that Chang Bingyu has cannoned into previously has gone very close to the black ball cushion, and well, he's not going to be able to pull off the same trick now, because as he tries to push it closer and closer to the pocket, he's going to give even more of an invitation away to Wakelin. So has to try and get the edge of one of the top reds Away onto the left part of the table. Plays this one with power and has one of those reds to cannon away the red that was so close to the corner pocket. Now as he still managed to get the cover from the pink on one of the dangerous reds. Match time just reached an hour of actual playing time. Don't write Wakelin off yet, still a long way to go. Listen, that's what I said at the start of it, but if he continues to go the same way, I just can't really see him being the player that is going to be able to grind out those performances. Wakelin has to be in charge of the position. He has to be playing really well. He needs to be producing the breaks of 70, 80 and 90 points consecutively, and consistency doesn't seem to be his strongest point so far in this final. Safety says 10 out of 12 for him, and 9 out of 10 so far for Chang Bingyu. So I don't really think that shows the actual picture, because all the safety shots that he's been playing in the previous 3 frames have been straightforward, and we haven't seen any obvious mistakes. It was all about those long shots of Chang Bingyu that he was able to take against Chris Wakelin, and Chris was more feeding off the actual pot success mistakes from Chang Bingyu himself. But we had a switch in the play now. Chris Wakelin is forced to try and roll the cue ball onto one of those reds. And in the end, I mean, I'm not even sure that he's managed to cover up that red that Chang potentially can try and drop into the right corner. As I say, it might be the beginning of the end very shortly if Chang is able to take this frame away, because you can say you can't write Wakelin off, but I mean, that was only going to be the case for me if Wakelin was able to stuck in there with that level scoreline with Chang. But if Chang is going to be able to have 3 frames on the bounce for him to be won, and playing as well as he's managed to so far, Chris Wakelin hasn't really shown anything similar sort of a standard. And well, this red is not going to be taken there by Chang. Now let's see if he's going to leave it over the pocket here for Chris. It doesn't seem to be the case, with him always trying to avoid the front jaw there, because if you get too much of it, it might catch the black on the way in, and that might dismantle and disrupt the entire shot that he's playing there. Oh, Chris once again getting very close with the cue ball to those jaws of the right corner pocket, but play the shot well enough once again for him to be out of the danger zone. And Chang has to try and find... Well, I think he's got a straightforward shot now to cushion the black ball and the right side cushion with him, because he's got one of those reds closest to the pink spot right now that he can try and find the edge of, and just has to make his way through those 2 reds with the cue ball, one of them being on the black ball cushion and the other one being closer to the side cushion. And as he manages to do that, as I say, it was always going to be shot to nothing if he misses those 2 reds, and played the shot brilliantly once again there from Chang. One of the better safety shots that we've seen all match away from him. And, well, if there was going to be any early pressure and early struggles there for Chang, it seems to throw and leave them in the opening frame, having probably 3 or 4 mistakes at that time. Doesn't seem to have any more of them in the frames 2, 3 or 4 at the moment. Wakelin, of course, lost out the previous frame by a scoreline to 0. A similar scoreline in the frame number 2, and well, may have a similar scoreline now, because he makes another error, and unless that red is going to be covered up by another one of those reds into the left corner, Chang Bingyu is going to have a great chance to get himself a couple more of those points. But as he has a quick glance over it, seems to walk away from that idea pretty quickly. I think Wakelin, well, I'm not going to say got away with it, because he clearly was playing that shot with that fact in mind, that he's not going to have any one of those reds apart from the one that he was actually playing to be given away to Chang Bingyu. But he's still going to give the momentum and initiative away to his opponent, and that goes without saying. That we have seen some brilliant shots along the side cushion from Chang previously. This one probably will take it too far, and understandably he goes for another approach, but I don't think he's played a good enough shot himself, because if he's left this shred, which clearly has the corridor to be taken into the left corner, I mean, you have to be taking this one on, and you have to be making this stick there from Chris Wakelin's point of view, because in the final stage, there's going to be one of the easiest long pots that he's going to see the red quite far enough from the pocket, but once again, he doesn't make it. Now needs to recover, and the cue ball to slow down in behind the green. think he's managed to play the shot well enough, so he still gets the momentum back and forces Chang Mingyu to try and go defensive one more time. But as I say, that was the real chance to get himself on the colour. Always going to have one of those 3 ball colours available. Would have been the brown at this stage. But as he's unable to get that red into the left corner pocket, Chang has to try and find himself out of this situation. And, well, of the 12 reds that he's got available, pretty much 11 of them are going to be on the left side cushion or there around there. And he's going to have one more closer to the right side cushion at this stage. I mean, still, considerable amount of them are going to be playable. And as you try and take maybe 4 of them away from each other, you're going to have more and more reds being opened up there. So the position is still going to be very dangerous for someone to get hold of. Last year, no one expected Lei to win, and this year, certainly no one noticed Chang until he knocked out Wilson. Yes, I mean, that was me. I'm not going to take a lot of credit for it because I didn't actually believe in it at that time, but I did say Chang Mingyu was, I think I said it against Selby because he was going to reach the semi-final stage, but maybe it was going to be another. League Bay fan was number 78 when he won the Scottish Open last year, beating Wu Yize in the final. And Chang Mingyu, of course, the world number 70 coming into this tournament. But I didn't notice him before he beat Allen. Well, not before he beat Allen, but he was really good against Wilson. But I just thought he was going to have more of those mistakes that we've seen at the Northern Ireland Open. I think it was Northern Ireland Open, where he was playing against Gary Wilson and he was just struggling to get over the line in one of those deciding matches. And I just thought that was going to be the factor to kick in, but when he was able to destroy Wilson, outplay Selby off the park and have another demolition job on Allen yesterday, clearly have to say that he's going to be a real threat for you in the making. Once again, beautiful find there, and a very good safety shot that he manages to produce. Getting the slight contact on one of those reds of the side cushion and having the perfect path for the cue ball to late. And just getting the white onto the lower part of the table. Of course, he was always going to give the initiative away to Wakelin. But as we have seen sometimes from Chris, doesn't really make full advantage of those easy safety shots previously. Chang tackled Allen yesterday with very good safeties. I feel we'll need to do better with Wakelin. I mean, I wouldn't really say that because I mean, I'm trying to think the frames that I've seen. Like I say, first 2 frames, he's managed to play really well with centuries being made. Third one, he's still played better than Allen. The 4, no, I disagree with that. I still think that he's had some good safeties all around the tournament. And I think Allen was probably one of his worst performances in the season yesterday. He couldn't string a sequence of a break of 20 points together at any point. So, no, I disagree with that. I think if he manages to maintain that standard of safety plays, he's going to be able to outplay Wakelin because Chris hasn't really been the strongest player so far when it comes to the safety players himself. And, well, he was very close to leaving an easy red over the left middle. And he might still do it. Give a chance away to Chang. And does seem to have a very nervous look as he comes back to his chair. It's a very thin cut for him to be taking on into the left middle. Or he can try and go for a long shot to be taken into the left corner. He's managed to take 4 out of 4 so far, with those 4 being the last ones. Of course, 4 out of 7 in total. And as he goes for this red to be cannoned into the black hole, I mean, going defensive is not really something that I would have expected Chang Mingyu to see, but he's going to get the slice of luck now, and getting the cue ball in behind the yellow perfectly at this stage. It is going to be a bit of a disaster for Wakelin, especially with him struggling to get the better of those safety battles against Chang Mingyu. Maybe just rolling the cue ball into one of those reds on the left part of the table and just getting in behind with one of them. Has to be careful that he doesn't go too far though, because that can leave the same red to be available into the right corner or the right middle. And I mean, has he played the shot well enough? So I'm just looking at his body language, and yeah, that certainly suggests that he doesn't. And yeah, the camera angle just confirming that this red is going to be available. Pink is going to be so close to this cue ball anyway, and that was a horrible shot that Wakelin has played. And obviously trying to go for an easy approach. Can't criticise him for it, but the execution Wasn't quite there, and 22 points of advantage. He needs 50 points there for Chang Bingyu to try and score, for him to be taking a 3-1 lead into the second mini session. Now then, he takes the red in nicely. He's going to have the position on the pink, and it is going to be another great chance here for Chang Bingyu to maybe try and finish the frame, with Chris Wakelin not scoring any points on the 2 frames on the bounce. Of course, losing 4 frames. Losing 3 frames on the bounce in that case. And he had a very slow ending to frame number 2. In the end, Chang Bingyu was able to produce a break of 20 plus points in that position, and with the way the reds and colours were set up, was quite an achievement there for him. Then he had a break of 107 points in the previous frame, and now we'll be looking to try and make a break of, well, 30 or 40 points right now, as nearly gets the paint to be taken into the right middle. Of course, Chris Wakelin knows what it's like to be on the wrong side of that. That was one of those frames that he lost out to Matthew Selt. And of course, the reason why the cue ball cannoned into the pink with such power was because Chang was trying to make those reds to go far away from each other. I think he's managed to achieve that goal to an extent. As well, I think that was a misjudgment. He didn't try to use the side cushion at all. He tried to do it purely on the spin. And I think that's going to be an issue for him, because he left himself with a bit of distance for the cue ball to try and cover, to try and reach this red onto the left corner. Still has to play it with enough power for the cue ball to go over the top part of the over the pink, sorry. And he's missed this red. I mean, that is purely self-inflicted there. And if he is to go and lose this frame, that is going to be an absolute waste of a chance there for Chang. And he still has 107 points on the table there, Wakelin. Didn't have a pot since, well, probably 20 or more minutes now. This will be a great chance for him to get started. And gets the red in. Now, is he going to be on the brown? Not quite. Is he going to be on the yellow? I think he will be. And it's all going to come down to if he's got any of those reds on the lower part of the table to try and aim towards. He's got a huge cluster of them being all in the way of each other on the side cushion. Having the black in the mix as well. 2 more being too close to each other for them to be potted into the corner pocket. So realistically, I mean, it comes down to the red that is going to be closest to the corner pocket on the left-hand side, and the one that is currently sitting on the black ball cushion, closer to the right-hand rail. Let's see which one of them Wakelin is going to be trying to aim towards. I think he's gone for the one onto the left part of the table. And is he going to have the positional play on that one? I think he will do. Just wants the cue ball to be, well, maybe slightly further away from the pink. And, okay, so he's gone for the cluster of 2 reds that I said were going to be in the way of each other. I didn't actually think that you can get through to one of them closer to the pocket. So that's going to be a bonus for Chris. As it's a similar position to the one that we've seen in frame number 2, where he was 29 points down at that time. He was able to have one red plus color combination, went for another difficult red into the left middle, left it on for Chang, and what followed up was a clearance of 30 points or so, which allowed Chang to restore parity and to go level in terms of frames being won. Now, Chris is going to try and do exactly the opposite now for himself, to go back level with it being 2 frames each. And I think he's going to try and go for a hidden hole shot in the positional play now, because the red that he is trying to take on is going to be the easiest one for him to pot. But the cue ball is going to bounce away onto the black, and I think Chris is just trying to work out what is going to be the sequence. And I think he just asked someone, maybe just asked the referee to keep an eye on this one. I don't know why. Because he's going to be very obvious if he... So they're having a little discussion there with Wakelin and the referee. Don't really understand what that's all about, because if he goes for this red now, surely you'll be able to get the contact on the red first. Now then, let's see what he's actually going to witness with. I think... Okay, so both of them are saying it was okay. And Chris just saying that maybe you want to check that on the camera. And referee being happy with it and just asking the video referee, assistant referee I should say, very quickly. And I think you can see in the replay that it was red first. So Wakelin in the end going for a difficult red first and trying to get that one out and into the left corner pocket. In the end, I think he's managed to play a good enough shot at this stage for him to get at least a couple more of those reds in open play. And now trying to do more of a straightforward job, trying to make his way through all of those reds as he now gets the right side of the blue. And of course, it was always going to be the biggest issue for him at that stage was trying to get on the blue or a pink combination. Couldn't really hope to get on the black at that stage, with him trying to play the cue ball onto the black and try and get it into the open area. But he has managed to do that in a nice fashion because of the black being available now to be taken into the right corner. And well, it's a risky shot that he's played. And is he going to be on this black now? And if he is, he's going to be a very, very lucky Englishman. I think he is going to be fine on the black. I mean, that was way too marginal for the cue ball to be stuck to this red. And therefore, leaving Wakelin in a very difficult situation because for him to be having to play the one of those colours while still having no access to any of them, he would have had to try and find the perfect position for the cue ball to be sent with the reds being spread out pretty much all across the table. Once again, rolls another one of those reds off to the black. And, well, as I can say, this red missed by Chang previously was completely self-inflicted because I don't understand why he wasn't trying to do more on the positional play with the cue ball because, I don't know, like, for what reason would you try and do all the work with a spin when you can use the side cushion, bounce it away from the ball cushion and just, you know, maybe play with enough power for it to bounce away from the black ball cushion as well. Instead, he's tried to do it purely on the spin, bounce it off the ball cushion. Was always going to struggle with pace, and therefore, I mean, that spin up clearly took all the pace away from the cue ball. And the run for that red to be making it a medium of a difficulty of a shot. In the end, as he misses it, he's going to give a chance away to Wakelin, and the break of 32 points and counting. I think Matt's going to decide that. Well, way too soon for that to be the case. I don't actually think that is going to be the case because I don't think we've ever seen 3 Home Nation Series tournaments to be in the decider final. And now this red is going to be taken into the green pocket there by Wakelin. Has to try and make his way through onto those bold colours. I think he's managed to play a good enough shot here. Still, the problem for Wakelin is going to have to be the fact of him having that necessity of going for all the remaining 4 reds. He's got 59 points at the table. He's about to go 1 point clear if he takes this brown on. So if he takes these reds even, if that's going to be with the black, it's going to be 24 points advantage, but still 35 at the table. So he needs all of those 4 reds to be taken out of the table, and one of them is going to be perfectly on the side cushion. One of them is going to be quite close to the side cushion as well, on the same part of the table, and 2 more are going to be in open play, with the first one about to be taken into the right middle. Rolls it nicely, wants to stay on the black here and have as much control of the cue ball as possible for him to be having the need of travelling as little distance as he can, trying to play those shots in and around the black spot, and so getting the position on some of those reds. Plays the first shot with side spin and backspin, trying to bounce the cue ball away from the side cushion, and maybe this is going to be the opportunity to try and get that red closer to the side cushion, away from it. And so that's exactly what he's having a look there, because the pink is going to be out of position, and that way, if the cue ball is going to get stuck to the side cushion itself, he can still try and go for the pink here. This is probably going to be the difference in between Wakelin having the ability of finishing this frame in a single visit to the table. Now then, as he played a good shot, he's played a perfect shot if this red is going to be potable into the right middle after the ping. And, well, camera hasn't quite actually finished to see if that is going to be the case, because I think the blue is going to be slightly in the way there of Wakelin, so don't want to be taking this red into the green pocket, especially for it being somewhat close to the frame ball. And I don't think he's got a realistically easy way for him to try and get on the other red. So he has to try and play this shot right now. Played a lot of backspin on the pink. Gets the pink in, and has he got the perfect position now on this red? Because he still needs to be lined up nicely on this blue to be taking the cue ball down the table, preferably for it to bounce away from the black ball cushion. And I think he's managed to have a nice enough angle for him to just try and drop the cue ball in behind this red for it to be taken along the side cushion. 17 points advantage, and you can try and get the cue ball to be right by this side of the red. And, well, overplayed it slightly. Has to go for a rest shot now. Does seem to be taking those rest shots nicely there, Wakelin, but basically it's a shot for the frame here. And this is going to be the difference between going 3-1 down or taking the first mini session to an interval, whilst it being all square and 2 frames, 1 each. Trying to be cocky will be Chang's doing well. As I say, I don't think he was cocky. I think he was stupid. I think that was one of the worst shots that he's played previously. I don't actually blame him for missing that red because he made it really difficult of a job for himself. And now then, let's see what it is going to be. Is it going to be the ultimate punishment, the break of 58 points? So far, 3rd highest that we've seen in this match. Can Wakelin just try and drop the red in? All he needs is the black after it. The cue ball is going to be away from the side cushion no matter what. Just doesn't want to leave this red over the corner pocket, and just about rolls the red in. It wobbles in the jaws, but that's not going to matter in the end. And it is going to be black for the frame win for Chris Wakelin to be taking it to a 2-all draw. And of course, for now, repeating the very similar scoreline to the one that we've seen of Jack Lisowski and Watchalong, players to be trading frames and not having more than a 1 frame cushion for either one of them. Of course, Chris Wakelin had that after the opening frame. Chang Bingyu was able to take 2 frames on the bounce, and it looked like he was going to be the favourite for the 4th one as well, having that 30 points advantage. But as he missed the red into the left corner, barring Snookers, it is going to be 2 frames each for Chris Wakelin to try and take this yellow into its own pocket to eliminate all sort of chances for Chang to come back to the table. Well, doesn't seem to be the case. People in the audience were ready to applaud. Have to hesitate for that. The break of 66 points is still going to be good enough for Wakelin to be over the line barring Snookers, but Chang Bingyu, understandably so, comes back to the table. And just thinking about the way that he has got the yellow to be positioning behind the green here potentially. Maybe trying to get it into the pocket first and then trying to do something with the green. And that's what he's done. So clearly feels like he's going to have the aim of getting the cue ball in behind the brown and getting the green onto the lower part of the table. And, well, if he gets it down the spine and he gets the cue ball somewhat close to the brown, this could be a really nasty snooker for Chris Wakelin to try and make his way through, because remember, it's not going to be safe anymore if the snooker does appear, because of, apart from, obviously all the colours apart from the green, being on the spots and available for Chang Bingyu to try and make a total clearance from. And it's a decent effort. He was always going to leave the green over the yellow pocket, and he not managed to get the snooker on, but I think he has. And it's not going to be too difficult for Wakelin to make his way out of. Just using the ball cushion and trying to catch this green on the way back. Didn't quite catch it comfortably full ball, and still got it on the side. And has the green to travel down the table and closer to the pink. And the 25 points is currently on the table, 28 being the advantage for Wakelin. Chang has to try and think of another way for him to try and snooker Wakelin. And meanwhile, once again, thank you very much for 400 people watching. As I say, it's the first session of 2025 of this season. A great season and a fabulous start to it. With us having so many deciders in those finals, having so much of, just drama and action being set by all the players. And we are going to have a new winner here, of course, with only Mark Selby being the player that has managed to take 2 tournaments so far in this season, although both of them being on the different side of things. One invitational of the Champion of Champions against Watchalong, and of course the other one being a Triple Crown ranking event, once again against the world number 1. And the ace in the pack. It wasn't a good shot there from Chang after all the thought that he's tried to put into that green to be taken. And Chris Wakelin is going to have to try and go for this green to be taken into the left middle. And he's gone for it. And he's managed to get this one in. So surely 2 frames each to be taken into the break. And after the 15 minutes of the intermission, we are going to see the action restored by the 2 players. And Chris Wakelin manages to have a very important steal in the end, being 35 points down or so. He managed to have a fantastic break of 36 points, which does seem over the line. Nearly gets the black into the pocket, but I don't think he'll matter massively, because he's going to be giving 7 points away there for the foul. As Chang Minyu has a look to see if it is going to be the end. 28 points now is the difference, and well, Chang Minyu seems to come back to the table now. So 2 snookers needed for him at this stage. I thought that was going to be the end. Not quite. Because it's still probably going to be frame taken in Chang Minyu's favour. But because we're down to blue, every foul shot is going to be at least 5 points to be given away. So technically it is going to be 2 snookers for a respot for Chang Minyu to try and have the ultimate steal. And wow, he had a free ball here as well. And this could be an absolute horror show, because, I mean, how many points does he have here? He's got 5 points on the break, and he's got 18 points still available. No, he still needs a snooker for a respot. So when Wakelin had his hands in his face, I thought he was actually managed to throw away this frame. Not quite. And of course, Chang Minyu was able to take the pink for the value of blue. That gets him 5 points. Finds him 23 points behind, with still having 18 points at the table. So he needs 1 snooker on the blue to tie and force the respot. And still, it's going to be very difficult for him to try and do it, with only having pink and black to be working around. Now then, trying to use the blue into the jaws and have it to bounce away onto the top part of the table. I don't think he's managed to do a good enough job there to snooker Wakelin, as he still has 18 points at the table. So, for all the money and for all the time it looked like it was going to be Chris Wakelin to be taking this one away from Chang, and that doesn't seem to be the case for now. You know, of course, it was very unfortunate for Wakelin to be missing the blue by such a slim margin into the right corner pocket for it to be cannoning into the black and for it to drop into the yellow pocket at that time. Now then, Wakelin going for a cheeky little double attempt from the ball cushion onto the right middle. Nearly made that one stick, and still left the blue very much over the right middle. That's going to leave Chang Minyu compromised in terms of the approach that he can take, trying to get this blue in behind either pink or black. And in the end, he's going to try and get the cue ball down the table, but it's not going to be a good enough effort for him to line a snooker up on Chris Wakelin. Wakelin, of course, looking at the scoreboard very nervously before. Now, just because that will be one for the headlines and for the history books if he is to somehow manage to lose and leave Chang Minyu as the winner of this frame. And yeah, wants the cue ball to pass the pink here with Wakelin. I think he's not going to be able to respond with a snooker of his own, but he certainly is able to, for now, just get involved in a 50-50 safety battle, which is going to prevent Chang Minyu from going for a guaranteed snooker attempt, which sometimes can happen when you've got your opponents on the ropes, and just trying to get contact on the blue. Not worried about the position at all. That wasn't the case with Wakelin, and a little cross double that Chang Minyu has to try and go for, and that doesn't want the cue ball to touch the pink though on his way down the table, and can't quite manage that. Has a minor contact for the pink to be, well, heading slightly towards the side cushion. Still, it is going to be in a playable position to try and get the cue ball or the blue in behind off. But it does leave a long shot available to Chris Wakelin. And as he takes this one on, he misses it just about there into the yellow pocket. So now has the blue to be going towards the cue ball direction, but probably finished slightly too close for Chang Minyu to have an easy attempt of a snooker approach once again. So then, fourth and second frames have actually been quite lengthy, which is actually going to get us into pretty much approaching 2-hour mark when we get the opening 4 frames on the board. So clearly suggesting that we're not going to have 9 frames being played in this session, and that's going to be limited to just 8 of those as the maximum. And Chang just once again finding, or trying to find that line for the cue ball to travel in behind the black, and I think he's managed to do pretty well right now. And if he has the path for the cue ball to bounce away from the ball cushion, it still leaves Wakelin having to play the shot pretty much nailed on. Otherwise, he's going to be risking off giving a chance away to Chang Bingyu and go for a respot himself. Now then has a contact. Pushes the blue nicely on the side cushion, so recovers nicely there, Wakelin. Of course, I think his concentration level is going to be going through the roof. Can't afford to lose this frame no matter what happens, because you're probably at the final at this stage already, because I can't really see Wakelin or anyone on the snooker tour coming back when it's been the level playing field so far. You have to have a massive advantage in the technical part of the game for you to try and put this frame behind you and just say, I'm going to be able to get him on the next go. Once again, Chang just looking for that black to be the cover points for the cue ball not to be able to see the blue. And Wakelin has got one more chance of going for this blue into the green pocket this time. Keeps this one nicely to leave the whites pretty much in a similar area. And nearly flukes the blue into the same pocket, with it going 2 lengths of the table here. Still, with it being so close to the cue ball, it is going to be difficult for Chang to try and put a lot of distance in between the white and the blue, and also do it in the way, which is going to leave Chris Wakelin trying to find himself hitting the cushion first with the cue ball. And, well, just getting it as close as he can to the jaws of the pocket. And it's a nice little line once again. Just needs the pace for the cue ball. And it's a perfect shot yet again from Chang Bingyu, because even though you've got to have a chance for Wakelin to try and have this blue to be caught on the way down the table for the cue ball after he bounces away from the side and the ball cushion, still better than nothing. And Wakelin is able to respond to say, it's a straightforward safety shot there, and the only way you're going to miss it is if you have sort of a miscue, or you just have pressure to get to you. But if Chang Bingyu continues to apply that pressure, inevitably, you're going to have one of those snooker shots to be more difficult than the previous ones, and therefore can leave Chris Wakelin struggle to find his way out of that position. And needs a good bounce away from the jaw of the middle, and doesn't really get that one, so doesn't leave an easy blue to be taken here for Wakelin, but once again just allows him to be sending the cue ball down the table and still aiming the blue to be taken into the green pocket right here. Probably has been 10 minutes since the frame was done and dusted, and that incredible fluke on the black from Chris Wakelin. You can see the 43 minutes of the frame time, probably just as much as it has taken us for us to get through the opening frame and the third frame as well. Chang once again just having a look and having a think about which way can he try and send the cue ball around the table for it to be positioned nicely and set up for a snooker for Chris Wakelin to try and make his way through. Of course, having the blue so close to the pink sometimes can be an advantage, but ideally I would have liked to have the cue ball on the wrong side of the pink. And once again, it's a good effort, and he's going to have the blue in the position where it's not going to be potable from on the side cushion, but just missing those couple of centimeters for the cue ball being close to the black would have put Chris Wakelin into a bit of trouble yet again. And in the end, Chris can go for a cross double, trying to get that blue to be taken onto the middle part of the bulk area. And he plays a shot perfectly there, getting a little bit lucky with a kiss of the pink. Having that one closer and closer to the right corner pocket now. And probably it's going to be slightly more of an issue for Chang to be trying to get snookers in behind either pink or black. Because beforehand you had that little spine of pink and black just extending each other. And leaving less room for Wakelin to have the cue ball to be aimed to the top part of the table. Right now, only going to have the black and pink to be aimed at separately. as he has got the first shot, which normally would probably classified as a decent safety, but he still allows Wakelin to go for a risk-free shot onto the green pocket for the blue. Misses that one once again, but it's a nice little line for the cue ball, and if he bounces away from the black ball cushion enough, he can still land a snooker of his own. Not quite here, so once again, back to Chang we go. The frame that has gone beyond all realms of taking too much time. But unfortunately, as I say, you can understand why Chang Min-yu is trying to do it, especially with it being at some point, I think 5 or 6 snookers down, having that free ball on the blue to be taken, and also having that 7 foul points to be gifted away from his opponent. Nearly has a double kiss on the cross double, which would have been a disaster, and instead he's going to have the cue ball into a nice position to be forcing Chris Wakelin to try and hit the cushion first once more. Have seen 2 of those shots being made nicely by Wakelin. One of them was from the black ball cushion, and one of them was requiring 2 cushions off the side and the ball cushion at that time. And this time, once again, hits it full ball and nice contact for Wakelin to be trying to get the cue ball to sort of remain in and around the bulk line. Having the blue to go closer to the left corner pocket at this stage. Now Chang just trying to work with the pink at this stage, I think. He's not going to be able to hold the cue ball for the black, which was something that he was trying to do. And surely at this stage, it is going to be the end of it. And Chris saying, he's sure about this one. You've been so close. And we are going to see the intermission. And it is going to be 2 frames each after a very lengthy 4 frame. More than 45 minutes in the end. Chris Wakelin gets himself over the line. And we are going to have Chang Min-yu 2, Chris Wakelin 2 for us to be taken into frame number 5. Still nothing to separate the 2 players. There's 2 quick fire frames, and 2 of them have actually been quite lengthy. We'll see you for more action in 15 minutes time. Stay tuned in. Right then, the intermission is now over and back to the action we go. Chris Wakelin and Chang Bingyu traded frames with each other for us to have a scoreline of 2 frames each going into frame number 5. And Chris Wakelin going for the break-off shot now. And needs to get off to a good start, and preferably, of course, wants to have that frame cushion restored to him. Had a long battle in that 4th frame, but in the end has managed to get over the line before he potted the black and given away a free ball, of course, but still was able to get himself another frame on the board. And Chang Bingyu, well, will be disappointed with the way that he's lost out on that frame, and now has got another long shot. So far, all of them do seem to be taken into the right corner, and once again, it comes for the break off. Let's see if he's going to be 5 out of 5 now on the bounce. And not quite. Maybe just being rusty after the intermission break of 15 minutes is going to play a role now. Where's the red going to finish? He's going to finish in a good position there for Chang. And in the end, you can see 256 points for Chang Bingyu that he's managed to score in those 4 frames, and 194 for Chris Wakelin. The highest break, 107 for Chang Bingyu, 73 for Chris himself. Pot success, 89% for Chang and 85% for Wakelin. Safety success, 81% for Wakelin and 77% for Chang Bingyu. But I think it is going to be cut down slightly because it's a good shot that, well, Chris has managed to play as he gets himself back onto his chair. Just having a look to see if Chang is going to be able to get through to this red to try and potentially take it with a long shot into the left corner. Can try and play this one with the top spin and a bit of power to try and get the cue ball to remain on the right part of the table, and will just about misses a kiss on one of those reds. In the end, he's managed to get the cue ball to the top part of the table. Is he going to be on the yellow? I think he is going to be, you know. It's a nice little start for him once again, and well, it's not a nice start for Chris Wakelin once again. Fortunately, he does seem to struggle in 3 out of those 4 opening frames, especially with the beginnings of it. And it is going to be, once again, the 4th time of asking where Chang Bingyu is going to be the player that gets the first chance. And he comes away after a brilliant long pot. I'll say that kiss on the red was very important for him because he manages to get the black to be available. Still gets himself lined up perfectly on the yellow. And now gets the cue ball down the table here for this red to be taken into the left corner. Plays it nicely, but I think he's slightly overplayed this one with the power of the cue. But he's still going to be fine in terms of trying to hold the white for the next red. Or if he takes the blue into the right middle to go 9 points clear and have 2 of those 15 reds to be eliminated and very much scored in his favour. I mean, ideally, he wants to try and take this red away from the right corner of the table, which will free up the black to be available into both of those pockets. And, well, Chang once again there, just asking the cue ball to slow down, so that he's still got to be on this red. Overplayed for it slightly. But, of course, him overplaying for it is going to allow him to go for a shot on the backspin, trying to stick for the black into the left corner to be played. And then, hopefully, take the red away from the right corner pocket and make the black playable into both of these. Now that has got a little stretch for him to try and reach this cue ball. As he plays the red, wasn't confident in trying to hold the cue ball back for the black to be taken. And in the end just tries to play one more shot with the blue. Having the opening 3 reds to be played with a lot of positional shots to be difficult. And yeah, just having one more look to see if he's got a path for the cue ball to travel off the side cushion and leave it, hopefully very close to the black ball cushion here. Try and get himself lined up for this red to be taken into the right corner. I think he's managed to play the shot pretty well. He's still going to be fine for this red to be taken into the right corner. Bit of backspin on the white that you can try and apply. And that way you'll have the shot lined up for the black to be taken into the left corner. Going to run out of reds pretty soon there, Chang, but he's still going to have at least 3 of those that he can take into either left or right corner. I think if he wants to try and avoid making contact with the main bunch, he can still try and go for a massive backspin shot and try and have himself set up for the red to be taken into the left corner. But clearly fancied his chances in trying to spread those two reds away from each other. That way, as I say, he's still going to have 3 reds to try and make his way through and get himself onto 45 points of a cushion before he makes any more adjustments to the position. But, I mean, he's trying to do it right now, probably forcing himself to do it after the previous shot, and, well, didn't get any sort of spin on the cue ball at that time, and seemed to run himself out of position here, as he goes 24 points clear, away from Chris Wakelin, and still 107 on the table as it stands. So he takes this red out of the game and tries to play the black in such a way that he's going to get the cue ball to perfectly cannon onto the ball cushion, and he's played the shot absolutely sublime in terms of the white placement. Still managed to play it in such a way that he got the black to cannon away from its old cushion and still finish in open play and available for either one of the players, whichever will get the first chance to try and get themselves into this faith frame, because there will be a second chance for Chang Bingyu, or it'll be the first chance taken by Chris Wakelin here. So he's having a look maybe at a long shot into the right corner, which so far hasn't probably been the strongest point of Chris Wakelin's campaign here at the final. And yeah, he got it horribly wrong there. Yeah, he clearly committed too much to it and got the cue ball to be stuck onto those reds. And well, I think he's going to be massively lucky if he didn't leave a red over the left middle, but I think that is going to be the case. So Chang Bingyu has a look to the red into the right middle first. Well, I mean, he's going to be very lucky if he forces him to try and go into the yellow pocket. And, well, puts him into an error. Once again, have seen a couple of those miss. 2 into the green pocket, 1 into the yellow pocket so far. Plays it with power, and that was always going to be the recipe for disaster, because, I mean, you can't play the shot with power, and, yeah, it's going to be very difficult for you to roll that red in. And, in the end, it is going to be a chance here to Chris Wakelin. Very much, once again, just like it was in a couple of occasions against Matt Selt in the semi-final, where he makes a mistake, but doesn't leave anything easy to his opponent. And in the end, has got his opponent to leave something a lot easier for himself. And, well, runs out of, not out of position, but into an awkward spot straight away there. Being on the wrong side of the blue. That he can try and take into the right middle, nevertheless. But that way, he's going to be pushing the cue ball through this shot, inevitably. And unless he wants to play for a 3 cushion escape, and get a couple of centimeters on the cue ball to be down the table, I think that's the approach that he's going to take. So then right side cushion, ball cushion, and left side cushion incoming. Manages to make his way through the ball colours nicely. And is he going to be able to get past the blue spot? Well, nearly gets himself compromised by the blue. And in the end, still going to have a decent enough of a chance to try and go for this red to be taken into the left corner. 18 points of advantage so far for Wakelin. That's now, sorry, a deficit for him to try and overcome. Of course, advantage for Chang Bingyu. But it's a massive shot now, because apart from this red, and he gets himself onto the black. Well, probably not on this occasion, but on the blue for now. And tries to get himself on the colour next time around. He should be able to transform this frame into a real opportunity for him not to allow Chang Bingyu back at the table for one more time. And I think he manages to play the shot well enough so that he is on the black. He got out of control slightly there with the cue ball. And he should still be alright for the black to be taken. I think he was actually trying to get the cue ball to the top part of the table, but in the end was quite lucky to find a perfect corridor for the white to be sent to try and pop the black into the left corner to go only 5 points behind. With the next red plus black combination, should be finding himself up ahead for the first time since the opening frame. He tries to go for at least guaranteeing himself to be in there with a chance for the second session. Of course, if he is to be 5-3 down, you wouldn't really write him off of the picture for this final and his title to be his for the taking. And of course, for that to be the case, he would still require Chang Bingyu to win 3 frames on the bounce, which he managed to do before against some of his opposition players. But not so far, not quite today. He's managed to do it on 2 occasions where he won the second and third frame, was threatening to try and take the 4th frame away from Wakelin as well, but Chris was able to produce a break of 66 points, which in the end passed all the snooker troubles, allowed him to be in perfect position for that frame to be his for the taking. Once again, another red that he rolls into the right middle, finds himself 4 points clear of Chang Bingyu right now, as he tries to take the blue onto the lower part of the table. How old is Chang? I heard he's young and his mother is in the audience, but no guess. Yeah, so he's 23 years of age. He's born in 2002. I think he was in February, so it won't be too long until he's going to be 24, which is going to be the number of points that he's got on his tally right now. But yeah, he's still very young. And of course, Li Beifan was slightly older when he managed to win the Scottish Open last season. Not so young. Well, he does look a lot younger than 23, because when I was searching up, I thought he was around 20. He doesn't look 23 to me, but I suppose that it doesn't really matter. I was thinking yes, that was I was thinking. I was thinking 17, 18. Fresh from the academy. And of course, he's got his card on the tour, and he'll be trying to ensure that, this week is going to probably boost his chances massively of staying on the tour, because as I say, if he wins this one, he gets himself comfortably into the World 64. And if he is to be the runner-up, he still gets himself into the top 62 spot. And of course, that way, it will still be touch and go for him to try and stay on the tour. Now then, once again, another black that Chris Wakelin manages to take into the left corner, and tries to get himself lined up past all those reds. So plays the shot nicely, to be fair. Gets himself lined up on one of them into the left corner to be taken. So he's 25 points. Chang is 23. Yes. So 20 points ahead right now, with 59 still being on the table. Chris can try and get this red to just drop it in. And ideally wants to get past the pink without making any of the contact with those. And plays a beautiful shot once again, because it was very important for him to get past the pink without touching it. And you can see once again, 2 shots that he's taken into the yellow pocket there, Chang, of a long shot, and 2 shots that he's taken into the green pocket so far. Of course, the opening 3 have come in the opening 2 frames, and right now just resuming that. Bit of a bad tendency in frame number 5. And well, that gifted a real opportunity to Chris Wakelin to be taking another frame away from Chang Bingyu. Of course, the previous one can still be classified as a steal for him to come back from being 35 points down. That's very great for him to rank so highly. He deserved this after what he showed this week. Yes, incredibly, of course, if he is to find 7 more frame wins, he is going to be above Luca Brusel. And he's actually going to be the player that replaces him at the world number 33. Because Brusel losing out on his 500,000 worth of ranking points after Zhao Xingtuan managed to take the world crown last season. And of course, with that being the 2-year card, you lose the points for the World Championship in 2023 when the 2025 World Championship is going to come to an end. But now it is going to be another red that Chris Wakelin tries to roll in. And that gets himself 36 points ahead now of Chang Bingyu. He can try and go for this pink to be taken into the left corner. And try and get himself lined up for a straightforward ending now to this frame. And that mistake has to be the ultimate error from Chang Bingyu in the making. Because right now, if Wakelin is to try and go for this red to be taken into the left corner, he's still in there with a slim chance of making a century break. Don't think that's going to be the case, though. Don't know if he's realised that or not. But he's clearly refusing that. Maybe the scoreboard is confusing him slightly because he's gone for the yellow, which I don't think will get him over the line, because that's going to leave him with 68 points of a break. Sorry, 69 points of a break, and then 27 still on the table. So if he's gone for the pink or black, he would have been able to threaten for the first century break of this match for himself. But in the end, it is going to be just a total clearance, hopefully, of at this stage 96 points, which will be the second highest break in the match and only have that brilliant clearance of 107 points being made by Chang Mingyu previously. As the break that he's going to be taking one step higher. And, well, all Chang Mingyu can do right now is have a look to see how Chris Wakelin clears up all the colours. And, of course, that will be devastating for him to watch. Once again, I mean, Wakelin gets himself into an awkward spot there with the blue. And we all know what happened last time. He has to try and roll the blue with minimal power. He's going to be able to do that and still get himself lined up for the ping to be taken. For Chang to win so easily against Selby and Allen makes him not taking his final by the horn. Thinks he's struggling a bit now. Sometimes, and it does happen very often on a snooker table, as I say, Shaun Murphy and Jot Trump at the Northern Ireland being a good example. And of course, Shaun Murphy at the Xi'an Grand Prix. Sometimes you can play your best snooker before the final, and when you reach it, you still can be played out of the park. And listen, if you talk about Ronnie O'Sullivan, by the way, Chris Wakelin is going to lead Chang Mingyu by 3 frames to 2. And this is going to be the first time since the opening frame where we're going to see Chris in the lead now. You can play your best snooker before you reach the final. Look at Ronnie when he was flying against Wakelin himself in the Saudi Arabia semi-final. Made 2 maximums in 1 match. And he still lost out on, yes, he was a decider, but there was a spell in that final where Robertson was leading by 7 frames to 2. And there was also a spell where Ronnie was playing brilliantly and Robertson was playing, well, average at that time. But he still lost out on the final. You know, Xi'an Grand Prix, Murphy demolished everyone from Ding to Wilson coming into that final. Was by far the favourite against Williams. That was struggling to beat Daniel Wells in the semi-final. And he still completely destroyed him with Williams and Murphy. Gone into the second session, trailing 7-1 and lost out the entire final by 10 frames to 3. You can talk about the brilliance of Jot Trump that, you know, has been saying in all interviews he hasn't played better this season than he has in the Northern Ireland Open with the so tight pockets, but he still didn't manage to beat Jack Lisowski because of pure consistency that Jack managed to produce. And once again, it was one of those instances where we have seen Judd playing his best snooker until we reach the final. And I mean, he's done it a few times. I think Champion of Champions, I wouldn't really say that I've seen Chong playing brilliantly. So I would have to go to York, where he was by far the best player when he was coming into that match with Selby. And after the opening 5 frames, which of course is the stage of the match that we are at right now, he was 5-0 down to Selby. So, and remember, he's still the world number 70. He's still only 23, and his first ranking event final ever appearance after, you know, his highest spot was last 16 at the Saudi Masters. Now he's managed to make it into the quarterfinal, semi-final, and now into the final. He still always is going to be a threat, but you don't have to expect for him to beat Chris Wakelin with a scoreline of 9 frames to 0 or something. Of course, not being possible anyway, but for now, if you talk about realistic goals, he has to try and put himself into the position where it's still going to be anyone's match for the taking come the second session, which means, for now, Chang has to try and aim for 4-all, which I said was going to be the scoreline for me, because I do genuinely think that both players will realise coming into this match that they cannot afford to lose the opening session. If you've got Wakelin losing by 5 frames to 3, well, at this stage, you'll see him losing 3 frames on the bounce in that case. You can't afford to do that because Chang Mingyu has been thriving on getting ahead and just staying there and keeping that 2 or 3 cushion of a frame with your opponent. You know, he's done it with Allen yesterday, where he was able to just go into the second gear and wear Allen down, go for the easy chances that Allen was constantly leaving him. He was able to outplay Selby in a safety battle, which, you know, you say very rarely in that quarterfinal appearance. And, of course, managed to completely outplay Karen Wilson in all sorts of departments. Wakelin has been consistent, but hasn't also been too clinical in all of his matches. Now then, after a break-off of Chang Mingyu, can he go for another long shot? He can, and he'll get this one in brilliantly. And Wakelin is off to a good start now into the 6th frame. And, well, can he put a little on reverse guard on Chang Mingyu? Because remember, in the 3rd frame, Chang Mingyu left Chris Wakelin stunned after his brilliant long shot, leaving Wakelin to play only a single shot of a break-off in the entire frame. And now Chris got himself into this chance of trying to go for a little zone of reds and black combinations. Chang is good at long pots, but missing few now will certainly affect his mentality. Yes, that is true, but he's missed all 3 of them in the opening 2 frames, and he's still gone on to make the next 5. So, you know, I wouldn't really say that it's going to affect him mentally, but of course it is going to matter if Chris Wakelin is going to have a chance of trying to run away with it, because at some point, Chang will realise that he can't just stick to plan A, he has to go for the attacking approach, and that's when Chris Wakelin can really thrive on you. And that's why that's why it's so important for both of the players to be winning those frames. And that's why it's such a great long pot that Chris Wakelin managed to pull out of his bag. And once again, 2 reds plus black combinations, getting a nice little split into the pack, and still having a couple of those reds to try and work with. I think he can stay on the black for a couple of more shots, even if he has to try and play for the blue in the next couple of proximities. You can see a couple of people in the audience not so much enjoying this break from Chris Wakelin's point of view, and of course Chang will join them in that regard, because once again didn't really do a lot wrong, and those long shots of Chris Wakelin probably have been slightly a weak link for him, but he's managed to put a couple of very important ones in the last couple of frames, making one in the previous frame, and of course getting this one as a starter for this break to be 25 points and counting, as he gets another red into the right corner. 115 points still on the table there for Chris to make his way through, and of course technically still on for a 147 chance. Very, very rarely see that in the final, as far as I'm aware. With all the 147s that we had the highest stage was the semi-final. As I say, it was against Chris Wakelin. I actually had 2 of those for Ronnie to be made, but I don't think we've seen it in the final one. And still remember that the brilliant feeling where Mark Selby managed to make one of those 147s in the final against Luca Brissell in 2023. Of course, didn't actually help him to win that match against Luca, but it was a special feeling for both Selby, well, probably for Brissell as well, and for everyone in the crowd watching. Now then, Wakelin getting one more red, a little nudge towards the left side of the table, and that's going to give more room for him to try and get around this red, to try and play it into the right corner. Having the nicer angle on the black, wants the cue ball to run slightly more though, and yeah, I think he has to go for the blue right now. He's got 40 points of an advantage, but can't really be sleeping on, going for a sort of phantasmal 147, but he's tried to, and he's tried to stick for the black, and I think he's managed to do pretty well. Now then, he's got one more red that he's going to be closer to the side cushion, so if he can try and get around it to try and play it into the left corner, all of a sudden he's going to have 8 reds all bunched up very closely together, and before you know it, one little split, and you can have, well, certainly a couple of them available to yourself. And is that going to be the case? Wakelin's having a look to see if he's got a red available into the right middle. That's probably going to be his only hope, because I think that the red that he was playing for, either into the left middle or the right corner, probably not going to be available to him. So once again, having one more look to see if he can get through to this red. Still, he's not over the line in this frame for now. It's 48 points clear with 99 still at the table. So has a look once again to see if he's going to be able to go for the black to be taken into the left corner. That's what he's studying right now. And, well, maybe just having a look to see if, well, of course he's going to be looking at the potting angle, because if he is to play a safety shot, he has to try and do it off the other couple of reds. So clearly feeling like it is going to be very much touch and go. And he's got the point for him to try and aim at. Now then, this is surely going to be the red for the frame to be taken. And, well, he thought about it, but backed down to the last second. So clearly just wants to have reassurance that he's going to be able to get through to this red. Taking more than a minute now on this shot. And, of course, after you see players hesitate for so much time, sometimes, more times than not, you just see them back down and go to the other short selection. Now then, attempt number 2. Are we going to see this shot unfold? Or is he going to have to try and go for the safety himself? He manages to take the red in, and well, he's still on the black, is all I'm going to tell you. And he's still in with a chance for an absolute piece of magic in the final. Because it's still in with a chance of actually making the first frame, where he is actually going to win the frame to Chang Binyu's scoreline of being 0 points scored. Now then, wanted a little bit of a nicer kiss on this red, as he still has got one into the left middle, but that was always going to be the red that he tries to leave on as a backup option. That's fire text for his mentality. It is going to be a very important break there for him, especially if he makes it work in terms of just getting over the line for the frame now. 57 points clear, 64 with his black. And yeah, of course, that will guarantee him not to be trailing going into the second session, and that's where you can put a slight piece of pressure on your opponent. Now then, another important black for him to be taking. Straight into the heart of the pocket it goes. Needs the cue ball to run though. Is he going to reach the end of that red? And he clearly wants to try and stay on the black for as long as he can. 64 points right now, so he's nearly halfway through this maximum break. Of course, if that is to be the case, but I think he has to try and go for a sensible shot and play the shot on for the blue. Give it a fair shot, but in the end, it wasn't quite to be. And yeah, 65 points of an advantage. So if he takes this blue, he's going to be 70 points up. With still 75 on the table. So he should be taking one more red there. So I'll just try and play the cue ball into the main bunch of reds. Or, I mean, he clearly doesn't seem to be taking any sort of risk right now. And just trying to play this red into the left middle. So just trying to get around it and get himself to be set up for this frame ball. So once again, very much quick fire frames that we've seen of frame number 5 and 6. If the red is going to disappear and leave Chang Bingyu with a couple of snookers needed. But that's not in the pocket. So once again, is it going to be a bit of a Matt Selt comeback from yesterday? Because it's 70 points scored by Chris Wakelin, but incredibly, he's not over the line. Because you could have maximum of 72 points that you can score on the break for you not to be over the line and still have more than enough points for your opponent to come back for the frame without needing snookers. 75 points for Chang available. So, I mean, it doesn't really have the issue of having to take all of these reds with the black, because the black being available. So he tried to take the first red into the right corner pocket, and in the end has the red to bounce away and finish on the side cushions though. Chang is not out of the picture just yet, and he's still going to be in here with a chance. Pot success 89% for Wakelin and 88% for Chang. He was on 93 when he started this match and now dropped down 5% of those. Was still understandable for the final. And, well, is it going to be a fluke? It is going to be a fluke, so Wakelin clearly didn't play for that red, and in the end it is going to be the red that surely gets him over the line now. And, well, he was trying to play a safe shot, getting those reds to spread out, hopefully put a couple of them on the side cushion, and getting the cue ball to be lined up in behind the black. But in the end, he was able to drop one of those reds in, so barring snookers, it is going to be a 4-2 lead for Chris Wakelin to try and hold on to. And for now, if he takes this black into the right middle, he's going to be able to put 3 snookers needed there for Chang Bingyu, and surely game over at that stage. For now, it's still only one of those fouls for a respot to be available. I think Wakelin probably has to go for these black into the right middle. Or, of course, something that I actually didn't think about was just putting the black onto, not quite the side cushion, but very much out of position. And, well, with 1 snooker needed for a respot, of course that is the case if Chang Bingyu manages to put all of these 5 reds with the black. And, you know, Chris Wakelin kindly leaving him a red available. Still not going to be an easy shot to take on though. And he is going to miss it. So surely the end of a frame if he's shown this red available to Chris Wakelin. But Chang was committed to going 2 snookers down and playing for the blue at that stage. He was still trying to hold on to any sort of opportunity of staying in this frame here. And well, was quite close there. And from the camera angle, it actually looked like Wakelin caught the pink first, but wasn't the case. Not a foul shot given. And, Chang Bingyu once again has got another chance to go for a long shot. And we have seen a couple of those missed recently. And ever since that intermission of a break, just doesn't seem to be playing the same snooker as he was before that 15 minutes of a break. And of course, right now, it is going to be 3 frames on the bounce for Chris Wakelin. So for the first time in this match, we're going to see one of the players to go more than 1 point clear. One more frame clear than their opponent. And yeah, just having a look to see one more safety shot that Chang Bingyu had to play. Was trying to keep those reds into the open play, but he wasn't quite able to do so, and that allowed Wakelin to be putting at least 3 of those out of the game for now. And Chang Bingyu has to try and sacrifice his safety shot, fully committed to try and get a couple of them in open play, and still playing the shot in such a way that it's not going to allow Wakelin to go for a long shot and surely kill any sort of hope that Chang Bingyu might still possess. Try and have the steal of the tournament so far, probably the steal of the whole season, and the steal of 2025. Now then, it was a good shot though from Chang Bingyu previously, because he managed to get 2 reds in open play and still didn't leave any chance away to Wakelin. And Chang can try and go for a long shot himself, but that is refused. So he clearly feels like he has to try and do a bit more work with the cue ball and those reds. And well, it's a really nice save shot that he tried to do. Whether the cue ball is going to try and stay in behind the brown is going to be another thing for us to see. And I think he just about has gone through that point of sort of being in behind the brown. And Chris Wakelin was still able to get through to those reds to be taking at least one of them into the right corner. And well, caught the jaw of the pocket there. And as long as he doesn't drop the cue ball in, he's still going to be happy with the shot that he's played, because at this stage, of course, Chang Bingyu is going to be at a disadvantage because he can't get through to having a red plus black combination, which will leave him inevitably needing 2 snookers, or a snooker and a free ball, to be relying on for him to try and have that total clearance on to potentially steal this frame away from Chris. And Wakelin just trying to get those reds to separate away from the cue ball and maybe putting one of them closer to the yellow pocket. And of course, at this stage, if he's going to concede a cheap colour, and that's I think that he was trying to do, get the cue ball to be sent to the lower part of the table, and at the same time have that red to be going as close to the yellow pocket as he can do, because from that angle it will be very difficult for Chang to try and play that shot with an expensive colour. Now then, Chang trying to get that red away from the black, still leaves the most expensive colour being on the side cushion. But at this stage, at least he gives himself a potential chance to be aiming for the black after the red is spotted, and well, stay on needing a snooker at this moment in time. Though he's going to have 3 reds on the side cushion for now. And also, the other 2 are going to be compromising each other. And, probably not possible either. One thing that you have to say about Wakelin, though, he can afford to go for those types of shots along the cushion, but he's missed this one by an absolute mile. But, of course, the thing for you to focus on has to be a brilliant long shot that he's managed to take to get himself started on that break of 70 points. Now gives it back to Chang here. And, of course, the same red that Chris Wakelin has missed by some distance. He still wasn't able to line himself up on that one, Chang. And he was trying to bring another one into the open play. So that's probably the sign that this frame can take a bit of time for it to actually finish. Because at this stage, Chang Bingyu will try and desperately bring as many of those reds in open play. And Chris Wakelin will try and do exactly the opposite of that. Try and get as many of those to be set up on the side cushion. Try and keep probably all of them at that place at this time. And then back to Chris it goes. And straight away gives the turn back to Chang. Just pushing a couple of more of those reds to be close to the right side cushion and onto the top part of the table. Chang himself has a little cannon to separate the two reds away from each other, which previously have been very close to the right corner pocket. But I think Wakelin will try and take them out one by one, put them closer to the side cushion himself. Once again, back to Chang. Doesn't really have a chance of going the cube, sending the cue ball onto the yellow part of the pocket because of that red diagonally being available into the right corner. He can try and do similar sort of thing just with the green pocket. And I think that's what he's trying to do. Didn't really manage to get any of those reds away from the side cushion though. So he was making too many critical mistakes yesterday with giving away frames for peanuts to sell. Well, yes and no. I'd say on two of those occasions he was, because he had a 50 points of an advantage. On one of the occasions he wasn't, because he was super unlucky. And in the end he was actually able to produce the same performance on Celt himself on that 10th frame and get himself lined up for a 6-4 win. Now Chris Wakelin once again going for that long shot into the right corner, missing it by a fraction. And not leaving anything easy to Chang Bingyu once again, just always sending the cue ball to go into the bulk area. And that's exactly the response that Chang Bingyu has got for him as well. So still, all of these 5 reds so far have been positioned on the side cushion or thereabout it after every single shot of Chris Wakelin, and at least a couple of them have been brought back into play by Chang Bingyu. Maintenance. It is all about maintenance, but of course Chris Wakelin is just trying to ensure he's going to be able to get himself over the line, preferably of course not giving any points to Chang Bingyu, and that will leave him with the first time that we've seen Chang Bingyu to lose a frame here to Chris Wakelin, with him not scoring any of those points at all. Because it's not quite going to be like that century made by Chang Bingyu, where he was the only shot where Chris Wakelin made with a break off, and that was the end for him. Now then, it's a smart shot by Chang because he manages to get the black in open play, fully committed now. And well, the problem is still going to be that he's got 4 reds on the top part of the table and leaning on the side cushion. So Wakelin's just trying to take them one by one and transfer them onto the top part of the table. Plays a nice shot once again. Very important for him to try and well, he attempted a double, but with it missing it by so much, he judges the pace of the red nicely so that he will go over the edge of the blue and the black. That way, Chang Bingyu can actually get through to this one. And he has to go for another one of those reds to be taken into the green pocket. And I think he's tried to go for a long pot. He wasn't quite able to execute the shot. And Wakelin probably will try and get the cue ball to be lined up in behind the green. That way, he's not going to leave anything into the left or right part of the table. Don't think he's actually taking this shot on, so clearly feeling that it's going to be too risky. And just trying to get the cue ball passed onto the lower part of the table and putting the black. Well, he was trying to put the black out of the game as well. But in the end, he puts it closer to the side cushion, but still very much in open play. Now then, Chris can try and go for this red to be taken into the green pot. So of course, not Chris, but Chang. And he doesn't really have a good pot success into that pocket, especially from long shots. But neither does he into the yellow pocket, which does seem to be the pocket that he changes his mind to. And in the end, just going for a safety shot anyway. So clearly, doesn't fancy this one too much. And still, feels like he's going to be able to try and battle it out. Grind out the result and at least get himself in with a chance. Seeing the Chris score, make reds disappearing is the most important. Yes, but I think he's very much gone into the part of trying to make the reds in an unplayable position. He made the black in a difficult place anyway, but with Chang missing that shot and him trying to commit for the blue to be taken, and he wasn't quite able to get that frame over the line. It was one of those rare instances where missing a red can actually do you a world of justice. And well, Chris clearly probably getting fed up now and trying to make things happen. It's a very nice shot that he's played, getting the cue ball in behind the blue and still leaving that red very close to the right corner. And that leaves Chang Mingyu with very much limited room there for him to try and get the cue ball in towards. But I think he's managed to certainly do a good effort. Whether he's managed to cover up the second red, the one that he was actually sending towards the right corner of the table, remains to be seen. And the answer is no. So not for the first time. It's going to be the long shot for Wakelin to try and win this frame and get over the line. And this time around, that is going to be the case. So surely no way back to Chang Mingyu in here, because 72 points clear with 59 on the table. It is going to be 4 snookers needed, and Chris still has a chance of going for this pink into the right middle. Try and play it with a bit of power on the white, and no, in the end he wasn't able to get the pink, but surely Chang Mingyu won't be coming back to the table, and he acknowledges that to the referee and Chris, and it is going to be 3 frames on the bounce for Chris Wakelin, and it is Chang Mingyu that finds himself in trouble pretty much for the first time in this week here at Scottish Open, and it is going to be Chris Wakelin to try and take a lead now into the second session. He is still on there for a 6-2 of a gap, but also it could be resulting into a 4-all draw if Chang Mingyu is to win the remaining 2 frames. For now though, it is 6 frames down, and it is Chris Wakelin 4, Chang Mingyu 2, going into frame number 7. Now then, I mean, the point that you have to make though about Chang Mingyu and what happened since the 3rd frame was we had a bit of a scrappy 4th frame, then we had a dominant 5th frame, and then we had a dominant 6th frame, and Chris Wakelin managed to transform the form in his favour, because on the 4th frame he started it horribly wrong. Once he couldn't string a long pot together, he couldn't get on the colour and the red combination, and Chang Mingyu had around 40 points of a gap. Chris Wakelin was able to go for the clearance himself and produce, I think it was 96 points. No, I think that was in one of the previous frames, so that might have been actually frame number 5. But he was still able to go for a 50 plus break, and maybe 66 points, that's what it was. And that was good enough for him to be over the line at that stage. And now he takes it onto the 5th frame, where it's a fresh start to the second mini session. You're freshly off the intermission. You have got a couple of rusty shots from Chang Mingyu, where he goes for a long shot, and he's not able to sort of do anything with it. And now we're taking it to the 6th frame. Once again, not really something that Chang Mingyu has done wrong. He goes for a break-off shot, and ever since that point, he's got 4-2 of a gap, very much within touch. Had to play a couple of those shots, but in the end he was able to wear Chang Mingyu down and get himself lined up for a long shot, which not from the first time, but he still was able to take into the right corner and get himself lined up for a 4-2 of a gap to try and hold on to now. Because if it is going to be 5-3 of a deficit for Chang to try and do something with into the second session, that probably is still going to be possible. Not so much so if Chris is going to be able to win the 2 remaining frames of this session. Now then, we're about to start what probably will be the penultimate frame. As I say, it's been pretty much 3 hours since the match has started, so I can't see it going all the way to 9 frames. For now though, it is going to be Chris Wakelin to break off for frame number 7 to get underway. And then, once again, wants to send the cue ball diagonally to, preferably, of course, have that right corner covered up there and not leave any one of those reds available to Chang. See if he's going to be able to do it. He's got a red going over and close to the right middle. Not quite going to reach that stage anyway. And it's a really good break-off shot there for him. Now then, back to Chang Mingyu it goes. How many frames in the first session? So you never quite know. It always is going to be 8 or 9. And well, I think with us going 6 frames with pretty much 3 hours, I think it is going to be 8 frames here. With you just have to look at the referee when he says, and he makes an announcement. So of course he'll say it's going to be the 8th frame or the final frame of the session. We'll say, yeah, exactly, because you're not going to have 9 frames. The only reason you have 9 frames is because you're going through those frames way too quickly. So the organisers say you may as well have 1 more to make the session even. But when you have 6 frames to be taken over 3 hours, I don't think that's going to be classified as flying through those frames. The frame number 2 and 4 were just bit too long for that. And the previous one wasn't too rapid either. And, you know, you had a couple of mistakes from each opponent. You had a couple of steals as well, which is always going to increase the frame time. But this is going to decrease the average frame time because it was the long shot that Chris Wakelin's gone for, in terms of it was a really difficult shot for him to take into the right middle. Can you tell me who's win? I wish I could, but I don't think I'd be watching that case because it'd be really boring. And as I say, I think in this frame, it is going to be a great chance for Chang Bingyu now, because of a mistake made by Chris Wakelin. And overall, in the final, I didn't really say, but I was always going to go for Chris Wakelin 9-6. So it's still possible, but actually I think I probably overcommitted to Chris on that one, because I think when it gets to the top part of the match, I think it is going to be very, very close. And of course, that's going to be the way for us to be potentially going the distance. Now then, Chang Bingyu gets slightly lucky now, because he didn't play a good shot on the cannon with the cue ball to be lined up for the black. But the way he gets the black to be available to himself, he still can try and drop this one into the left corner. Has got a couple of reds lined up into the right corner as well, which is going to allow him to try and put minimal power on this black. But I mean, that's only if he's going to be able to put the cue ball onto the left side of those reds. I don't think that's going to be the case now, as he tries to put a bit of power on this cue ball. So clearly trying to make it a long way around and set up on the red to be taken into the left corner. And how many chances to win Chang Bingyu? I mean, I don't know. In this frame, probably a single one is a requirement, because when he doesn't do it from the first time, Chris Wakelin is going to be there to try and do it with an easier position. Because remember, when you have a 50 points advantage, but you miss a red into the left corner pocket and you leave all of those reds available, then straight away you become the underdog for this frame. And yeah, Chang Bingyu seems to be struggling. I mean, I dare to say it, but their match could be over in the first session if he continues to go like this, because he's just missed the red, which, I mean, he's got himself into a weird situation anyway, trying to play for that red with so much distance in between the cue ball and the red, but he still missed the red that you would expect him to make on 9 out of 10 occasions, especially for it to be the final matter. Chris Wakelin surely can smell blood, and he can try and go for the finish. Not quite with those shots though, and him dropping the cue ball is going to be quite bad news, because if he didn't drop the cue ball, it wasn't going to leave anything away to Chang Bingyu. In the end, of course, when your opponent is struggling, last thing that you want to be doing is feeding them with easy chances. And once again, 12 points is the advantage for Chang Bingyu. He can try and go for this red into the right middle. And roll it with a slight piece of right-hand side. And topspin on the cue ball. But, well, when you have a ball in hands and you miss a shot like that, that's when you know you are struggling to settle into this final. And, well, I thought he managed to get through that zone, and he was threatening for a 3-1 lead. And right now, if he doesn't manage to recover, he's going to be threatening on a 5-2 deficit. And, well, once again, sometimes you can't see that occasion can get the better of you. And that's why it's good to be Chris Wakelin in these circumstances, because, of course, he's older, he's higher ranking seed, and also he's been here before on a couple of those occasions, because he already managed to get himself closer to winning this home nation event than he's managed to at the end of the match against Watchalong, because only managing to win 3 out of those 12 frames, he already managed to do 4 out of the opening 6, and gets a good red in. If the pink is available into the right corner, he's going to be able to get himself lined up with an easy positional shot straight away. And 11 points. Now he's going to separate Wakelin and Chang Bingyu, so that's not going to be anything to worry about. He's still going to have a mighty number of points available to Chris himself, as he has 131 still left out on the table. And as I look to see if he's going to be able to drop the cue ball for the red to be taken into the left corner. Don't think that's going to be the case here. So he can try and, well, maybe set himself up with a bit of the angle to try and play the shot on the blue. Try and cannon the cue ball into the main bunch of reds and have those to spread far out away from each other. And you can see once again that was the miss for I think that was 3-1 lead that he was threatening for. And of course he wouldn't know at that time, but it'll probably cost him. 3 frames on the bounce here, and well, Chris Wakelin's going to be threatening for the 4th one on the bounce. Trying to put all the pressure on his opponent quite earlier on, and guaranteeing to be leading at the 2nd session. Now the 4 points is going to be the deficit for Chang Bingyu to try and overcome there for Chris Wakelin. Now then, it's an important shot that he commits to, trying to spread the reds away from each other. Has he managed to play a good shot? I think he has. He's still going to struggle in terms of getting himself lined up for those colours. And still think that he's managed to get himself with the task minimum completed. He's going to have a rest shot, which is going to be quite difficult to be taken into the left corner. And as I look to see, as he finds himself ahead in this frame for the first time, although it being only by a single point right now, still having black and pink out of the game. You can try and play for the blue to be taken into the left corner. Where you're from, it is going to be Ukraine for me. Now then, once again, an important shot for Wakelin, because if he gets the right side of the blue, he's going to be able to try and play a couple of more shots with those reds combinations. But that was only going to be the case had he managed to get on the right side of the blue. And well, he's not going to be on the wrong side of it, to be fair, and he's probably going to be lined up for a diagonal shot into the yellow pocket, so he leaves himself in with a chance here. So still only 2 points to separate the 2 players, and if he's got a red to be lined up for into the left corner, he can try and sort of get the cue ball with a lot of backspin, bounce away from the side cushion and away from the black ball cushion as well. Get himself lined up for that red to be taken into the left corner, and well, in that case scenario, he's going to have the perfect angle to try and play the cue ball back for the blue, which, if he is to continue the break to last slightly longer, that's going to be his main colour to try and work with. Now then, backspin on the cue ball. You can try and bring the cue ball down the table, and he managed to get enough spin on this. I think he has just about. And that way he's probably going to have the perfect angle to try and get the cue ball to be lined up for this red. And try and take it into the left corner right now. Still having that 7 points of an advantage. If he takes those 3 reds away, he's going to be sort of transforming the frame into a bit of a different scenario there. Because Chang Bingyu wasn't really worried when he was leaving that table and giving the chance away to Wakelin. But now that he managed to get 20 points on the board, getting himself lined up for this blue to be taken into the right middle as well. Ideally, he wants to go into the little cluster of 2 reds, or even maybe into the cluster of the pink, 2 reds and the black there. Having one more, I mean, ideally, once again, would have liked to see a slightly better angle and, well, more room to try and send the cue ball down the table here. Instead, can he try and nudge those reds away from each other? I mean, he's managed to do decent work there, because he's still going to have a red to be lined up on into the right corner. The problem is he's going to have little control of the actual cue ball position. And with it being so close to the side cushion, probably making the pot slightly difficult as well. Now then, is he going to try and go for a shot into the right corner? No, he's not. Well, once again, probably maturity trying to kick in there from Wakelin, because he has gone for a couple of those shots previously in this tournament, and they don't seem to end on a high level for him. He always does seem to either miss up the positional play or miss the difficult shot that he's taken on. Right now, he's going to settle for the break of 25 points and give the turn back to Chang Bingyu now. So Chang does need this frame more than ever now if he is to try and challenge for victory and the title of Stephen Hendry Trophy. And of course, what a change around and what a turnaround it has been in since the 4th frame. Chang Bingyu had 234 points. Now he's got 292 points, which he's managed to score in 3 of those frames. And Chris Wakelin pretty much doubling his amounts and going from 192 to 384. Now then, he's got a shot to try and take into the right corner. Potentially that red will go into the pocket. and still get the cue ball into a nice little position. There we go. Nice stuff. Brilliant shot there, by the way, from Wakelin, because he manages to get himself into a position which will get him set up perfectly for a nice and comfortable visit back to the table when Chang Mingyu is trying to get the cue ball to bounce onto those reds. Now, as he managed to get the contact for the first time, trying to do it from behind, and I think he's managed to play a good enough shot there. If one of those reds along the black ball cushion is actually not going to be possible, so that's going to be the thing for him to try and consider. And Wakelin having a look to see if that is going to be the case, and maybe even considering to leave the cue ball very close to the black, if it is going to be possible. So this red does go past the other two, so it has to come down to just pure accuracy on the shot and taking it well, playing the shot for the black as well. And I think Wakelin has managed to do pretty much as it was possible. He's going to be hampered by the red when he plays the black, but he's managed to get the cue ball close enough to the most expensive colour. And what's about fixed match as well? That's boring. I mean, that's not boring. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's annoying, I would say, because you've got a scandal which was featuring 10 Chinese players, and as far as I'm aware, 6 of them are still banned. And I mean, if you're going to mention that about all the Chinese players, then you're going to forget the likes of Wu Yi's a Li Bei fan, and Xiao Xington himself, that was involved in that match-fixing scandal, and ever since has managed to become the world champion and one of the best players on the tour. And now then, if you focus on the main bit, it is going to be a very important shot here for Wakelin, and he hasn't managed to pull this one off. So, as he left the red into the right corner, of course, he would have been playing for a couple of those reds into the pocket that he was aiming the black for, and in the end, he wasn't quite happy with the way he's taking the shot. Felt like he could have given himself slightly more margin, because if you catch the front jaw from such angle on the black, you're never going to make the shot stick realistically. And Chang Mingyu, with a nice shot to be fair, manages to put one of those reds into the open play, and does need this frame more than ever now, as I say, for him to try and stay in the hunt for this trophy. It would have been slightly different had it been the 1st to 10 match, because he can sometimes afford to be 6-2 down. As I say, just think about Ronnie O'Sullivan against Neil Robertson. Of course, he can probably make the same point with Joel Yulon and Mark Allen, and that was the 1st to 9. But Chang Mingyu hasn't got the experience of Joel Yulon, and certainly hasn't got the experience of Ronnie O'Sullivan to try and get himself back into the match of Chris Wakelin. And plays another great shot, getting a bit lucky once again with the kiss on the brown, and still getting himself lined up for this yellow to be taken into its own pocket. Going to run out of reds though very, very quickly that are going to be in open play. So he's got one more, which was sent by himself onto the top part of the table. And after this one, we're going to have 75 points up for grabs for both of the players, as Chang tries to get the cue ball, ideally set up for the blue or black, which has gone away from its spot and closer to the pink area right now. And in the end, he wasn't able to, either wasn't trying or wasn't able to get close enough to the blue. And I don't think he's going to be happy with the way he landed on the green either. So maybe forced to going for the blue into the right corner right now. I mean, does seem to be reluctant to take that shot on, but if he is to go for the green, he needs a massive backspin shot on this cue ball to try and send it into the side cushion and have it bounce away enough for him to be lined up on the red. He tried to do it once again purely on the spin, but it was never really going to work out realistically there for Chang. He's going to find him 1 point clear of Chris Wakelin, but ultimately, of course, that's not going to do a lot to his chances of actually taking this frame away from Chris and, guaranteeing him to at least stand a chance in the second session. Because if you go into that session being 5-3 down, you never know what might happen to your opponent. And also, you might start off brilliantly, making breaks for fun, like it was against Mark Allen yesterday, 2 centuries on the bounce, and then all of a sudden, you get that gap from 5-3 down to 5 frames each. In the meanwhile, he's going to try and play a safety shot, which he has managed to do pretty well, covering the left-hand side of the table, with the cue ball being lined up on the right side cushion. And Wakelin just manages to find a nice little edge of one of those reds and still getting the cue ball towards that green pocket area. And, well, we haven't seen pretty much any one of those frames apart from the brilliant 107 points of a break from Chang Bingyu, which was the frame without any of those safety shots. And once again, after it was such a great shot by Wakelin, it is going to force Chang Bingyu to try and get the cue ball into those reds from the cushion. Has he managed to play a good enough shot here? I think he has, as long as he hasn't given a shot into the middle, which I think Wakelin will have a look for. But I think he's going to have the cue ball just close enough to those reds for them to be in the way of each other. And have a look to see if he's going to be able to go for those ones. Yeah, getting the cue ball nicely in behind the brown in the previous scandals, but not only Chinese players, it's all the sports support. Yeah, to say, and that's why it's very unfair on someone like Chang Bingyu, someone like Li Beifan, Zhang Anda, when they're being criticised for it, when they're losing matches just because you have to, and of course you ignore that. It's going to be, unfortunately, as much as it's a sub point, it is going to be a part of all the sports. It's just that, of course, you have 128 players on the main tour, so whenever one of them is involved in a scandal, it always is going to be a big deal because, you know, when you're not going to have a team in the Premier League or something involved in a team scandal because you're going to have one of those players involved in a scandal like they had with Tonali at Newcastle. But how many players are you going to have per team? Around 30 at least in the main squad, and then you have 20 teams. So technically you have 600 plus players, and on the Snooker Tour you only have 128 of them, so people are always going to make, well, more of a deal out of it. But it's going to be 10 players involved in that scandal, although it has, of course, been 2 years ago, and as you rightly mentioned, it wasn't just Chinese players involved. But certainly what was involved is a brilliant safety shot previously by Chris Wakelin, which put Chang Bingyu under a lot of pressure, having to go very much aggressively on the edge of one of those reds and trying to get the cue ball onto the top part of the table. Wasn't quite able to cover up all of those options, and Chris Wakelin is off to another great start, and it may be a great finish to the frame here at this stage, with it being level on the score sheet, and still 5 reds to try and make his way through. I think he's probably going to need 4 of those reds at least. And of course, if he takes those 4 reds with the black, he's going to be able to get 32 points. So he's going to need 5 of those reds. And now then, 7 points clear after he takes the black into the left middle. And yeah, very careful to try and get into the right corner with this red. Now 7 points is going to be the advantage, which at this stage, with so many reds being on the side cushion, still going to be significant enough for Chris Wakelin to try and adjust his short selection slightly. Of course, for now, as long as he's a player at the table and he's got the next shot available, he has to try and concentrate on making this clearance, consisting of all of those reds, and therefore not leaving another chance away to Chang Bingyu, and winning 4 frames on the bounce, of course, in that case, and leaving Chang Bingyu with a must-win frame, or frame number 8. Otherwise, he's going to be put under the world of scrutiny, and probably be faced with an impossible task of having to win 7 of the remaining 9 frames, and have the scoreline of 7-2 basically in the second session for him to be crowned the champion of the Scottish Open. And Chris Wakelin does seem to be going through the gears right now. Another wonderful shot that he manages to play, hammering the red from close range into the right middle. Was always going to have risks of missing that red, and he caught even the minor part of the jaw, and in the end gets 1 more of those reds into the open play. Gets himself lined up for one of those reds to be taken into the right corner. And 19 points is going to be the advantage now for Wakelin. So if he takes 2 more of those reds, as I say, with the black, because he's taken the green previously, he's only going to be able to guarantee himself a respot. But still, that's probably going to be good enough for the place that he started with. You're going to be slightly too straight on the black, so think he has to try and play through the shot. No, he's alright. He's alright. He's got a bit of the angle to try and drop the cue ball on for the red to be taken along the cushion. But as I say, it is all going to be down to nothing if he's not going to be able to get himself on the black, because, you know, if you are going to be 34 points up, you can still have Chang Bingyu going for this red and the black, but having a straightforward 6-color clearance as well. So that's what Chris is thinking about, because I don't think there is going to be a way for him to try and land on the black, which therefore sees him a necessity to try and either play a defensive shot after getting the red into the right corner, or just try and get the pink on and give himself, well, at least some sort of thing to try and hold on to. Of course, ideally, I would have liked to see one of those colors to be put on the side cushion, just give himself some sort of guarantee that he's going to come back to the table for one more time, and it's not going to be all down to Chang Bingyu. And, well, he's tried to play for the black in the end, clearly feeling like that was the shot for him to go for, and he has left this red available for Chang Bingyu. So, I mean, trying to do and trying to close off the frame pretty much in a single visit to the table didn't quite work out there for this occasion for Chris Wakelin. And back to Chang goes. Now, he does need this red to be taken with the collar, and ideally wants to get himself lined up for that red along the cushion straight away, because as we've seen in the last couple of frames, he does need something to try and bounce away from. Does seem to be losing all of those safety battles, and when he does go for an aggressive long shot, doesn't seem to make it at all. Now then, probably just thinking about which colour can he try and play for, and with the fact that him taking so much time, probably can't try and hold for either pink or black, with them being closer to the black ball cushion than usual. And therefore, the option is going to be to try and go for the blue, and well, it's not quite how you make a good positional play, because he put himself under a lot of pressure now. He manages to get the red in, but I think at this stage he probably wishes that he never gone for this red, because he puts the blue onto the side cushion and also runs himself out of position on the cue ball and on the ball collar. Well, very nearly making the mistake of Matt Selt yesterday on the brown, and barely just rolling the cue ball enough there to touch the brown in the end. So then, 26 points of a deficit for Chang Bingyu, 35 at the table, blue being out of position, pink being out of position. And yeah, that transition from blue to pink is going to be horrible at this stage. And so of course, that goes without saying that from the current state of the blue being located so close to the side cushion, it is going to be somewhat close to impossible for you to get through to that blue. But of course, first thing first, Wakelin has to try and find himself escaping from this snooker. Ideally, doesn't want to leave a red on the plate there for Chang Bingyu. But I think at this stage, probably is going to be more important for him to not to be losing any points, especially if he doesn't do it from the second or third attempt, because at that stage he might actually need himself to be needing the blue to be over the line, and that's not going to be on the planned schedule for Wakelin here. Now then, 60 seconds taken, and he does seem to have something of an idea. So is it going to be two cushion shot and trying to get this red straight into the face? Well, that's going to be costly in terms of points, and not from the first attempt. Now then, the gap is going to be cut down to 22 points. And, yeah, as I say, Wakelin does want to make this one stick from at least third attempt. Otherwise, he's going to be allowing Chang Bingyu way too close to himself, and especially if Chang is to get on this red at the end of it, he's going to be able to, well, leave Wakelin with needing this blue to be over the line. Now then, the second shot does seem to be a lot better, and he's going to reach this red in a perfect manner. So, fantastic shot from Chris Wakelin on the second time of asking, by the way. Manages to play the brilliant shot in the end. Now as he tries to get the cue ball off the two side cushions, so off the right one first, barely misses the blue, and then also the second one was absolutely a perfect contact in between catching the jaw of the left middle and getting that contact on the red, pretty much full ball. So then 22 points still leaves Wakelin with needing a red and a color combination, as long as it's going to be either one of the pink or black. For now, it is going to be one more shot that Chang Bingyu can try and put slightly more pressure on Chris Wakelin. And it's a brilliant shot. And this one might actually be more costly to Wakelin than the previous one because, you know, a minor mistake, which still is possible as we've seen previously. And it could be 7 points lost out at this stage because of the red being so close to the black and the pink combination. Now then, I'll look to see if Wakelin is going to be able to go for just a one cushion escape and off the left side cushion into that red to be taken. Because he can afford to try and hit it on the bounce with both black and the pink being on the right hand side of that red. And I think he's going to be able to hit it. Referee is going to be in the way of this shot. So, I mean, has he hit it? I don't know if he has. And has he actually managed to? Now then, because the referee was in the way of the camera. Let's see if he managed to hit it on the way back. And he didn't. Ooh, just about misses the contact. And he actually somehow manages to find the gap to guide the cue ball past the pink, black and the red. Well, he didn't actually think it was possible. 18 points now. And of course that's going to be the game-changing thing because that no longer leaves Wakelin just needing the red and the colour combination, because even if he was to take this one with the black, he's going to be able to take 8 points, and that will leave him with 26 points as a gap, with 27 still being available to play. So now then, Marcel and Leos Callejon try to get the cue ball into the previous position. So then, attempt number 2 once again from Wakelin. You won't be able to make it second time surely, and just all about if you can hit the red on the bounce. And he was able to do so. Now then, has he left this red available to Chang Bingyu? Once again, he was very close, and he got a minus piece of contact. But is that going to be enough there to have Chang Bingyu see enough of this red to try and take it into the left corner and get himself in with a great chance of producing a steal there? As I say, parring that blue. Still to be resting on the side cushion. Maybe just try and we'll see if you're going to be able to get the cue onto the top part of the table. I think he is going to try and take this one on. Whether he'll make it or not is another question. And now in the end, it looked like he was taking it on, but he was clearly just checking that the way that he was trying to send the cue ball to the top part of the table and have himself lined up with the diagonal line with the cue ball. Well, hopefully for himself, not seeing the red full ball. And he's managed to play the shot pretty nicely once again. So, having Chris Wakelin on the ropes there for a couple of shots now. And getting 8 of those points to come his way. Of 2 of those foul shots. Now, then once again, it could be another one. Which sees Wakelin lose a couple of those points. So, is he going to be able to get the red into the safe place? Doesn't want the blue to be brought into play. And, well, he's going to be quite lucky with the cue ball being straight on top of the black. That way, he's going to be awkward for Chang Bingyu to try and cue this red if he was going to go for an attacking approach into the green pocket. And Chang does seem to think about, ideally, of course, he wants to use this opportunity as a chance to try and get the blue to be available and away from the side cushion. But that way, you're going to have to sacrifice a lot of the angle on the cue ball, and well, pretty much put yourself into a lot of scrutiny in the place of actually having that cue ball to drop out and to the lower part of the table. In the end, he's gone for another approach. Didn't want to catch the yellow and put it safe as well. Of course, at this stage, you're going to need Chris Wakelin to pot the yellow as well. But Chang Bingyu doesn't need another issue for him to try and seek that clearance. As he could have given a red away over the left middle. In the end, he probably has given away a long shot, which I would be surprised if Wakelin attempts here. He has to just try and get the cue ball onto the lower part of the table. And the line seems to be good. Is he going to be good enough? He certainly is going to be very close. I think he's going to have the snooker lined up in behind the pink. And therefore, it is going to be an absolute masterclass of a shot. And the frame that has already been known for all the snooker battles that we've seen for the players, does seem to take another turn here, this time around in Chris Wakelin's favour. And at least force Chang Mingyu to try and play a swerve shot, and he still hits to try and hit the cushion. He's managed to do it, but this time around it is going to be a much better chance to go for a long shot here for Wakelin. He's going to have pretty much the entire pocket to try and aim at, with the angle being as wide as he possibly can be, while still having the reasonable enough position for this red to be possible to be taken on. Try and drop the cue ball on for one of the most expensive colours on the lower part of the table, and that way you're going to have a little cushion in case you're going to miss the red and leave it quite close to the corner pocket, but straight into the harder pocket it goes. As I say, it's slightly easier when you've got so much of the pocket to aim at, but still, full credit to Wakelin. He manages to play the shot fantastically well and has got another decision ahead of him to try and make. Does he go for this ping to be taken and give himself 6 points, or does he try and get a snooker in behind this ping and force Chang Mingyu to try and get the yellow into play? Let's see what he's going to be there for the decision for him. And he has probably made the right decision, and I was going to suggest that. Try and put the ping safe, and in the end force Chang Mingyu to be having all sorts of issues now. Even though it is going to be 6 points of a sacrifice, so Chang Mingyu has to hit the yellow. And unless that is going to be the case, he's going to be giving some of those points away to Wakelin anyway. But also, he manages to have blue and pink completely out of position and very much out of the game for the time being as well. Doesn't want the cue ball to go in off, and that should be the end of a frame here, surely. And Chang Mingyu will be very disappointed with himself and with his luck at that time. And, well, it is going to be the shot for a guarantee of a respot there for Chris Wakelin, but surely now 4 on the bounce, and a disaster for Chang Mingyu. Was so close to leading 3-1. In the end, doesn't seem to be. Like he's going to take at least 2 more of those frames. Has to try and hope for a win in that frame number 8, which will see him trail by only 2 of those frames as he takes on the second session for his hopes of becoming the Scottish Open champion to be evaporating pretty quickly, especially since that opening start that he had, which actually had me doubt Chris Wakelin whether he was going to be the player to sort of take this title away from Chang. But some of those unforced errors and you know, sometimes the luck being on Wakelin's side as well does seem to do the job now. It is going to be the green taken into its own pocket, and well, now brown is the pure formality to be rolled into the left middle to avoid any sort of snooker search for Chang Mingyu, and for us to be going what surely is going to be the last frame of the session. Wakelin is going to be over the line, and he's going to be over the moon with the way that this match has gone his way for now. 5-2. I mean, if he takes it into 6-2, he's going to be the perfect session for him, because as I say, when you're up against the likes of Chang Mingyu, it is incredibly difficult for him to be winning all those frames on the bounce. And as I say, I actually said I don't think I see Chris Wakelin to win 4 or 5 frames on the bounce. He's proved me wrong on this one, and he's managed to win 4 frames on the bounce right now, and he'll be trying to win 5 of them, and he's looking to close off the frame number 8 and get himself lined up for the win in the first session by a scoreline of 6 frames to 2. Chang Mingyu has to hope for a 5-3 of a deficit for him to try and hold on to, and until that is the case, that is Chris Wakelin 5, Chang Mingyu 2, going into, well, just waiting for the confirmation, but surely the last frame of the first session. The referee just has the yellow, green, brown to set up, and then he's going to have all the reds to try and put into position. But, I mean, full credit to Chris Wakelin, by the way, because, you know, from the way that he started this match, was a bit shaky in the opening frame, but he was able to get over the line from the second time of asking. But from the way that he's managed to respond, being 35 points behind in that 4th frame, as I say, surely that the intermission was the turning point for Chang Mingyu, because still, he hasn't managed to win any of those frames since the break of intermission break. So, of course, the last frame of the first mini-session and the second mini-session has gone completely against him as well. And, well, he's managed to draw the first mini-session with a scoreline of 2 frames each, and now he'll be trying to ensure he gets at least one of those frames in the second mini-session, which will basically get him onto a 2-2 first mini session and the 3-1 loss into the second mini session, which still leaves you with only 2 frames behind. It is possible for you to try and produce a comeback like that. We've seen it before, and we've seen it this season already. And, you know, Chris Wakelin doesn't really strike you as one of those players that he's going to struggle to get over the line, but we have seen it, not quite today, but we have seen it a couple of times yesterday against Matt Selt. Of course, different sort of circumstances, but the result was consistently the same. Where Wakelin had that 50 points of a cushion, you actually felt like it was one advantage to Selt, because he always felt that there was going to be sort of 5 reds to try and make his way through, all being in open play, with all the colours being on the spots, and he was able to do that on 2 of those occasions, but using another brilliant clearance after a massive piece of sort of unlucky shot there from Wakelin, and getting the ping to drop into the yellow pocket somehow after trying to have a massive cannon into the main bunch, and leaving the free ball in the meantime. Now we have Chris Wakelin to come back onto the arena, and let's see what is he going to be for the frame number 8, and which way is he going to go. The Stephen Hendry Trophy is going to be waiting for either one of the 2 players, and Chris Wakelin is already more than halfway there, and can he put himself 2/3 of the way in there if he's going to take his frames tally to 6 going into the evening session versus Chang Bingyu. That he can try and be 1/3 of the way there if he's going to be able to steal the last frame away from Chris Wakelin. Of course, the 7th frame was going to be more important than this one, and it is going to be the final frame of the session. So just confirming with the referee, and it is going to be the last frame of the first session. So understandably so, as I say, it's been 3.5 hours since the match has started, and Chang Bingyu to get this frame underway, and it is a must-win situation for him. And well, basically every single shot has to be nailed on perfect, and the first one probably is going to be just about as close as he can be to be nailed on perfect, getting the cue ball perfectly lined up on the ball cushion, and still from that diagonal line with the yellow being in the way. If you talk about the right part of the table, and therefore Chris Wakelin's not going to try and go for a tempting long shot, just sends one of those reds to the top part of the table, and leaves Chang Bingyu to try and operate on the lower part of it for now. Chang having a look himself to see if this red can be sent to the top part of the table right now, and keep the cue ball on the black ball cushion, and inevitably try and force Chris Wakelin to be the player that has to try and roll the cue ball onto the main bunch. But I mean, at this stage, it wouldn't really be a massive disadvantage for Wakelin, because you're not going to have too many of those reds to be potable into the left or right corner. 40 in the past is correct. This match Chris Wakelin will win, but yes, I mean, I think what you're trying to say is, why was he the upper bet in terms of the odds coming into this match? And well, I think it's because of the list of the players that he's managed to beat. When you beat Mark Allen, when you beat Mark Selby, when you beat Kyle Wilson, C. Jawi and Stephen Maguire, you have to be the favourite. And listen, after the opening 3 frames, I probably would have put Chang Bingyu as the favourite. I just don't really understand what happened to him since, and he's unable to get himself started here. He was unable to do so in the first frame, but he was still able to find a couple of brilliant long shots at the dying moments of the second frame. Was able to build on that and make a century break in frame number 3. And ever since, just seems to have things to go downhill for him. Chris Wakelin once again refusing another long shot to be taken into the left corner. Is the referee, Joe Scollier, so the man from Scotland. And he's going to try and get this red onto the left middle pocket. Now Chang Bingyu has got a very important shot that he can try and get the cue ball as close to the black as is possible. And still putting that red as close to the yellow pocket as well. And he plays a nice shot there. Unfortunately, still allowing the angle for Chris Wakelin to try and take the cue ball onto the main bunch. That way he's not going to have any of those reds that he has to leave on to Chang Bingyu. Would like to see a little stat to see where was the last sort of 40 plus break that we've seen from Chang. And we've actually seen one ever since that century break being made of 107 points. Now then, Wakelin just seems to be having a look to see if he's going to be able to maybe have a mighty shot of one of those reds closer to the left side cushion. And with a little backspin on the cue ball, maybe just have it rested on the black ball cushion as well. But in the end, after all the consideration, seems to go for a straightforward shot and send the cue ball into the main bunch, leaving one of those reds to be potentially available there for Chang. But with the fact of him being probably happy to leave that red available to the left middle, let's see if that's going to be the case and if it's going to help Chang Bingyu to get himself started with another chance here. Does seem to get those chances in pretty much all of those frames, apart from the 6th one, where he had the first loss to 0 in terms of the score sheet. Chris Wakelin was able to score 72 points, and getting the break of 71 points, and well, at that stage going for a maximum attempt, and getting 8 reds and 8 blacks. And he was unable to make it the 9th one. And, well, I thought that this red was available to take into the left middle, but it was always going to be a very optimistic shot. And certainly not the one to be taken on when you're 5-2 down. And he decides to go for a straightforward approach and just send Chris Wakelin to try and roll the cube onto the main bunch, which he has managed to accomplish the task of. And Chang having a look. Maybe he can try and, well, maybe not now, but in the next couple of shots, he can try and go for a backspin shot on the cue ball, try and get it into the reds with a lot of power, and use the black as the slowing down point for the cue ball to be resting onto the black ball cushion as well. Now then, does seem to be lining up with something interesting, because he's going to be a shot taken with power, so maybe a little double that he's trying to take into the middle. That was the double, and he's managed to, I thought he's managed to do it. He hasn't managed to do it quite, and as he left the same red available to Chris Wakelin, that is going to be super unlucky there for Chang Bingyu, because it was a really good effort, and he was trying to once again make things happen for himself. And had that red dropped in, he would have had 6 reds to try and deal with the majority of the colours being available. Instead, it is going to be prime opportunity for Chris Wakelin to try and have another step taken towards victory in this match overall. And certainly a significant win in terms of the session being over at that stage when the frame is completed. And he still has to make his way through a couple of difficult reds. But of course, for him to get to that stage, he has to try and get rid of the easy ones. Always has to be the priority for you when you get to an easy chance there. Get the easy reds sorted first, so that if you miss any one of them, especially if you got to the difficult ones, then at least your opponent doesn't have loads of easy reds to make his way through. Now then, Wakelin having a look to see, maybe he wants to try and get rid of 2 reds on the top part of the table first. And that seems to be the confirmation, with him trying to get himself lined up for this blue to be taken into the right middle. And being the wrong side of the blue clearly on purpose. May actually have a bit too much angle on the cue ball, so he's probably going to need the ball cushion for the cue ball to bounce away from. And plays the shot well enough for him to be lined up for this red, but has to go for a rest shot, which probably wasn't the ideal case scenario. I wanted the cue ball to be closer to the side cushion, that way could have tried and have slightly more of control. The way that he can try and play this positional shot now for the next colour. Surely he's going to be one of the bold colours right now, and probably the yellow at this stage to be taken into the green pocket or the right middle. Depends on how much of the power of the cue ball he actually gets on this shot, and plays it nicely. And in the end, he's actually managed to get himself lined up for the brown and green shot selection. So, I mean, Wakelin has managed to take all of his chances pretty much, and well, I'm not going to say that he's managed to take all of his chances, but every single time that Wakelin had a good chance to take that frame away from Chang Bingyu, he does seem to win all of those frames so far, because the second frame, which was won by Chang Bingyu, of course, was dominated by him, and he always had significant enough of amounts of points over Chris Wakelin. And the third one was a century break being made, which he's not going to get any more confident than that. And apart from that, Chris Wakelin does seem to take all the the rest of those frames away from Chang here. Now then, he's got 3 more easy reds to try and make his way through, and for now, with him getting the wrong side of this red, he can try and give the main bunch a little nudge and maybe get a couple more of those reds to be available and in open play. I think he's managed to do it pretty well. He's going to be straight on this black, which usually would have been an issue, but the red that he's actually managed to get for himself can come in very handy right now and try and roll it into the same pocket as the black onto the left part of the table. And in the end, he manages to find enough of the angle to set himself up for a shot to be taken into the right middle for now. So he's going to be on cards to make 40 points of a break with those 3 reds. If he takes those with the colours like the blue, which he's going to be aiming for right now. Takes the shot nicely, and this time around he's going to have a lot less of an angle on the blue, which is going to be even nicer for him, because that way it allows you to just control the cue ball without using the ball cushion at this stage. And Wakelin just having one more look to see the way the reds have actually spread themselves out. And if he is going to try and make a significant contact on those reds whilst having a 35 points advantage, he should be able to, well, land himself on at least one of those reds. In the end, has he played a good enough shot now on the black? And I think he overrun for it incredibly. Taking this shot off 3 cushion, surely he would have been hoping to be as straight as possible on this black in terms of the positional play of creation the cue ball to the black itself. And I think he might still have enough angle to try and play for that red, which he has managed to get in open play for previously. And we'll try and play the next shot off the collar into the main bunch, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. So 36 points for him to try and hold on to. Of course, using a couple of those bold colours, he's going to make sure that he is going to be quite short in reds there for just 36 points being scored. And 83 points on the table right now, and he's tried to take the cue ball into the main bunch of reds. Now, is he going to be able to land on at least one of them? Well, he's going to be for the next couple of shots, because of course he was playing for the black, and he hasn't played the brilliant shot now. Now, needs this black to drop, and surely he is going to be frame over, as long as he's going to be able to land himself on the red. And yes, nice again. Nicely taken there by Wakelin. Gets the black into the left corner. Still going to have a couple of those easy reds, and well, it could very much be a second frame which is going to see Chang Bingyu lose a frame by not scoring any of those points at all. Of course, Mark Allen has done that on 2 of the occasions yesterday against Chang Bingyu himself, but he does seem to have a very different Chris Wakelin turn up at the second mini session and marching on towards a whitewash, although he has overrun slightly with the cue ball not being placed perfectly for this black to be taken into the left corner, and he can try and hold the cue ball back for at least one of those reds to be taken into the same pocket. That shouldn't be an issue, and taking the black into the pocket would have been an issue. And well, once again, just like it was throughout the majority of the second mini session, Wakelin is able to deal with all the issues that seems to raise up ahead of himself. 53 points as the advantage, and the next red is going to be frame ball for Wakelin, and 5 frames on the bounce. Dominant wins so far in the first session of the final. He's going to be only 2 shots away there for him. Taking the black is going to take him into that 60 points advantage, and taking one more red, he's going to decrease the number of points available to him to just 59, being left out at the table. And as he takes this red into the left pocket, we can try and go really deep onto the cue ball. Try and get himself lined up for this red to be taken into the pocket. And once again, it is going to be Chris Wakelin very much on top. And 4-2 last match in 2021. And 9-2 this match. Don't know what you mean, but fair enough. And, oh, sorry, you mean 4-2 as the last meeting of the head-to-head? Yes. I mean, he still has to win 3 more there, but Chris Wakelin does seem to be in formidable form and playing really, really well. Match time is going to go for 3 hours right now, and, well, it's been incredible performance, especially from Chris Wakelin in the second part of it. Chang Bingyu, miles guide right, he's going to be struggling with this one because even though Chris Wakelin is going to miss this red into the left corner pocket, let's see if Chang is going to try and come back to the table. Well, Wakelin doesn't seem to be happy with him allowing his opponent to come back into the frame. And, well, to be fair, he was probably one of those reds that you would expect Wakelin to pot. But with it being 66 point advantage, 59 to the table, he needs 2 snookers, and he still hasn't got an easy introduction to try and make his way onto this frame. And yeah, once again misses it by considerable amount of distance, and Chang Mingyu needs to try and reset himself as he goes into the second session. Otherwise, he could be very much set up for the biggest win of the season if it is going to be taken into a 9-3 of a or a 9-2. Well, technically 9-3 wouldn't be the biggest one because Williams against Murphy, he's going to be 7 frames of a deficit. Once again, Wakelin plays a brilliant shot there, disguised even nicer with taking one of those reds towards the side cushion and leaving Bingyu with a difficult shot to try and take on. As I say, when you try and make a snooker on one of those reds, you're going to have to try and eliminate the other 4. And with Wakelin putting 2 of them quite close to the side cushion, it's going to be very difficult for Chang Mingyu to try and take all of those reds with the black and also still find 8 foul points for him to be in there with a chance of coming back and taking a frame away from Chris Wakelin here. And for now, Wakelin can freely afford to go for those risky long shots, still getting the cue ball in beyond the balk line. Couldn't quite make it on this occasion, but something tells me that he's going to have a couple more of those chances before he's going to be able to inevitably close off the frame, just like he was able to do that on the previous occasion. Of course, at that time, he only needed 1 snooker there with Chang Mingyu to try and force a respot. Right now, he needs 2 snookers and still trying to get himself back into some sort of form here. He has got a lot of distance in between those 2 reds to be taken to the left part of the table. And, well, does seem to be taking a lot of time on those shots. So, doesn't seem to be confident about taking a cross double on. Trying to get one of those reds towards the right side cushion. And, well, I don't really see the alternative for that because I don't think he's got the angle on trying to drop the cue ball for the black ball cushion. And him shaking his head, probably just saying no. I mean, he can try and do it, but that way he's always going to leave at least one of those shots away into the left or right middle. And shot time is going to go over 60 seconds now. Chris Wakelin just seems to completely outplay him here. And, well, 60 seconds are gone. And still no idea what Chang Mingyu is going to play as his, well, maybe final shot. You never know. Trying to surge the perfect cue ball placement. Doesn't seem to be perfect at this stage though, because if he is to try and bounce the cue ball away off the left side cushion, he's not going to be able to get all the traction on the cue ball that he wants. And that way he's going to leave a straightforward shot into the right middle. And that's what he was trying to do. And, well, I mean, he manages to play the shot in a decent enough fashion, but still he leaves the red out into the right corner. And, of course, Wakelin, having that 66 points advantage, he can afford to go for this red. Try and take it into the middle pocket and get the cue ball to be lined up for the black ball cushion again. Trying to go for it, and he makes it stick so surely now. No way back for Chang Mingyu, and it is going to be another frame taken by Chris Wakelin. And, well, bit of a rhythm for you. Another frame taken by Chris Wakelin, and 5 frames on the bounce, incredibly. After I said that, I can't see Chang Mingyu losing 4 on the bounce. Just doesn't seem to be that type of a player. Well, it does seem to be the type of a player of Chris Wakelin that gets over the line. And it is going to be the handshake between the 2 players. Chang Mingyu offers handshake to Chris Wakelin, and Chris Wakelin is going to be halfway there, and more than halfway there. He's 2/3 of the way of actually taking that Stephen Hendry trophy and being the Scottish Open champion of 2025. Chang Mingyu started off really nicely, winning 2 of the opening 3 frames, but in the end Chris Wakelin was able to step up his game massively and once again If you are to go back to the opening couple of frames, the damage was done in that 4th frame before the intermission. Ever since the intermission, Chris Wakelin turned up, Chang Bingyu not so much so, yet to produce the break of 50 plus ever since that break of 15 minutes, and he does need a complete revival and a complete change in the match direction for us to be witnessing a very spectacular and a close ending to this final. And otherwise it is going to be Chris Wakelin surely running away with it and getting closer to making his dream come true. And winning Shootout in 2023 was nice, but surely this is going to feel a lot nicer to him. And in the meantime, this was the penultimate session of 2025 of Snooker. Feel free to tune into the final one, which will see either Chris Wakelin or Chang Bingyu to be crowned as the Scottish Open champion of 2025. And of course, the new winner of this season. We have seen so many of those previously, Steve Maguire being the first one, Mark Selby being the last one till the end. And is he going to be Team China or is he going to be Team England from Chris Wakelin? We'll see around in a couple of hours' time. For then, take care and stay tuned in.